seriously deny that they don't want to be happy, that they're not searching for happiness. Ramante yogino anante sachidananda chidatmani. The yogis, they're experiencing a pleasure that is higher than the sort of pleasure that one experiences in this world from erotic sensual activity. The Brahmanandis, their experience, the pleasure of Brahmananda, 10 million times greater than sensuous pleasure. If you multiply the pleasure of Brahmananda 1 trillion-fold, it's not equivalent to a drop of the pleasure of Krishna Bhakti. That's a statement from Rupa Goswami. The senses, the mind, the intelligence, according to Guru Maharaj, all shadow representations of the spiritual aspect of the same. And that will be achieved through freedom for the senses or freedom from the senses. So in Bhagavad Gita, we hear Krishna say, Bhumir apo anulo vayu kam manu buddhir evacha ahankara ityame bina prakriti rastadha. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego. He said, these are my inferior energy. Then he said, and that's so, mind, intelligence, inferior. And jiva bhuta, apareyamitastvanyam prakritim vidime param. Jiva is a para prakriti, superior energy to all of those things. Without controlled senses, there's no question of spontaneous love. We'll project that our experience of mundane love, we'll project that as being, we'll impose that idea on spontaneous love of raga bhaktas, and that's an offense against divinity, to think these pastimes are mundane, like the mundane affairs between men and women. So that means the mundane mind, the mundane intelligence, these mundane elements, they're covering jiva. But jiva in her pristine glory has mind, intelligence, senses, everything. The stranglehold that the mundane erotic principle has upon the heart can only be broken by the beauty, charm, and sweetness of Krishna conception. And that is very good news for us, that the original cause of everything is ecstasy personified, is loving and affectionate and full of ecstatic happiness, ever expanding, ever increasing happiness. And that we connect with that. What are we told? Hrishikena Hrishikesha Sevanam Bhakti Ruchate. By engaging the senses in the service of Krishna. That will awaken their natural serving tendency, so that the mundane aspect gradually vanishes and diminishes and vanishes altogether, and the spiritual golden self comes out. And then from that position, dhira, undisturbed, no sense disturbance. Then when they hear the divine pastimes of Radharani, Krishna, and Braja Gopis, that will awaken spontaneous love, loving sentiments within them. They will say, well, these are very high things. Oh, yeah, right. The very high thing is called Krishna consciousness. It's a very high thing. It's the most high thing. It's the greatest type of happiness. There's a local view, local provincial way of seeing things, and a way of tracing everything to the central conception of the infinite, the ultimate adjustment. The big picture, the vision of the Mahabhagavata, when Leela is factored in. even the deluding of the jivas is a pastime of Krishna. Someone says, well, why not make another kind of pastime for them, for these jivas, where they don't have to suffer like this? And one of the answers given is, well, look at the other pastimes. They're also suffering. All suffering is due to separation from Krishna. All suffering, whether it's the suffering of the conditioned souls or the anguish of separation experienced in the hearts of the Braja Gopis. The cause of all suffering is separation from Krishna. Yashoda is suffering in separation from Krishna. Braja Gopis are suffering in separation. Pandavas are suffering. There's so much suffering in these different pastimes. That means then we can't carry a stereotype of what is happiness into the spiritual domain. The common stereotype about spiritual culture is that the spiritual person is always smiling and like happy Buddha. Consciousness can feel the full spectral range of emotions: happiness, pleasure, joy, ecstasy, love, affection. But then we have to also acknowledge it also allows me to feel sad or unhappy, pain, suffering. The agony of separation from Krishna is a liberating type suffering. Remember, Krishna consciousness is about the search for Sri Krishna. We wonder why Krishna is not revealing himself to me. I've been chanting here for a long time. Seems like forever. Doesn't he get it? I'm his devotee. I was pretty concentrated there for a little while. 10 million lifetimes of doing the right thing won't give you this. That's amazing. Even the Braja Gopis are searching for Krishna. That brings out the best in them. If this is about achieving the greatest depths of heart and magnitude of heart and intensity, that in separation, a greater depth and magnitude and intensity of heart is achieved than in union. And Gurudev said, even the animals know about union. He said, goats, they understand something about union. He said, but who understands the peculiar joy of separation? Not the animals, certainly. Guru Maharaj liked to quote the poet Shelley. He said, our sweetest songs are those that tell the saddest tales, heartbreaking love songs, heartbreaking love stories. Some ladies, for example, were watching heartbreaking love story. Say a little group, they're watching a heartbreaking love story. Crying, see all are crying, some tissues. And some man enters the room seeing them all crying, like that, and think, oh, let me put on another movie. Watch something. They're going, no, don't touch it. Why? They're crying and suffering. Their hearts are breaking by watching this, but they can't stop watching. Because it's another type of joy. Deeper than the smiley kind. How to go on in the absence of Krishna. And interestingly, this is the very, very high subject matter of the depths of separation expressed there in the conclusion of Shikshastakam, the conclusion of Chaitanya Charitamrita, very, very high and deep things. But miraculously, mysteriously, it's also relevant to those in the aspiring position. A darshan, how to pursue Krishna consciousness and the apparent absence of Krishna, and the apparent absence of Krishna consciousness. It's the critical point. Crude example. Sometimes people do this in playing with children. Lovers might even do it, but let's stick with children. They put them temporarily into some anxiety, like a naughty uncle or something. They hide them, and and then they go, see, I'm here. They want to see them in that intense state of desperation. That's the real test for devotees. Why is Krishna not revealing himself to me? And Vishwanath says, actually he could, but he knows you're capable of more. And he knows the heart that you have, your real heart, your full heart, is capable of so much that he's holding back to get you to go to that deeper region of heart. Because he's Bhavagrahi Janardana, Bhav consumer. He knows your real heart, but it's on a deeper level, and he's tempted to accept what you're giving now, but going to hold off and wait for the real stuff. The deep heart connect, the deep heart's core. What will be expressed from there? Guru Maharaj said, if you can be honest and acknowledge your lack of Krishna consciousness, that you have no devotion, hankering means you're separated from that object for which you hanker, but you have no other shelter. He said, then you just might be a devotee. That hunger is the purchase price of Krishna consciousness. Where do all of these sentiments come from? They want to express, some sort of eternal dance, an eternal night, eternal love. Why? Do we think, oh, that's just sentiment? No, it's the real innate sentiment of the soul. It's what the soul is hankering for. The eternal night, the eternal love, the eternal dance. It's the rasa dance. So when Krishna, he gets this inspiration to enjoy in a particular way, the Yogamaya and Baladev, they're casting and scripting Krishna Leela. Casting means selecting who will participate in these pastimes. So he's saying when Yogamaya and Baladev, getting the indication that Krishna is to enjoy in this way, they round up these gopis and they say, these are qualified to participate now. This one, maybe next time. This one, a little bit longer. Saying just like, and we've done it with either mangoes or other fruits. You put them in a place where they can get heat and light and achieve maturity or fully ripen. So what is the equivalent of that? The parallel is separation, the fire, the heat of separation. So some cannot go. We're told everything is significant. So it says, Krishna sounds his flute, they start going. Some, we're told, they're going so fast, half-dressed, one earring, things on the wrong side, they're running to Krishna. You can imagine if after millions of lifetimes and pursuing Krishna consciousness, you get this call to, this is going to be your first encounter with Krishna, you might be a little besides yourself. So anyway, they're going, but then we're told, and some, they're pulling babies off their breasts, the ovens are burning, their husbands and fathers are trying to stop, but some are stopped. That's also hard to accommodate. You mean after millions and millions of lifetimes, finally the call comes for this type of seva, and you can't go? So what does that do to them? That puts them into a deep condition of separation. It generates the fire and heat of separation, and it's the arrangement of Yogamaya because they, for some reason, they weren't 100% qualified at that point. So by getting the call and not being able to go, the fire and heat of separation will bring them to the mature condition, and they'll go at another time. So the heart will be drawn into that plane by affection's force. Sri Krishna Karshini Chasa. This whole big build-up in the Bhagavatam to the Rasa Leela, and no sooner does it begin than it stops. Why? It's just starting, and then Krishna is gone, searching for Radharani. Everything stopped. And then you would think, if you know something about Gaudiya ontology, then you could say, oh wait, later we hear, one Krishna for every two gopis, or feeling that one Krishna for every go through Prakash, Vilas, expansions. Why didn't he just expand himself for everybody and then go run after Radharani? He could do that too, but that's not what he does. Right? They're plunged into an ocean of separation. How heartbreaking. You've made it to the Rasa Leela, and now it stopped before it started. It starts and Krishna's gone. Is that some kind of a trick or cruel thing to do? Maybe in some instances, after millions and millions of lifetimes, millions of creations, they've made it to that point and Krishna vanishes. What kind of Lord are we searching for? This is the mystery of Krishna consciousness. It's the mystery of the pastimes of Krishna. It's the mystery of Krishna culture, is that the greatest substance of Krishna consciousness will be mind and separation. When someone's before you, you see them, they're not so much in your heart and mind. Right? You're looking at their form, seeing, but in their absence, they're fully present in your heart and mind. And what Srila Guru Maharaj coined, the original phrase, union and separation. In separation, there can also be union. If what makes Krishna happy, breaking my heart, then that's my happiness. So how will we understand what is spiritual? Kaviraj Goswami says, Bahye bichajalahoy, bitore anandamoy, Krishna premar adbhuta charit. The adbhuta charit, or astonishingly wonderful characteristic of Krishna prem, is that externally it appears like one is suffering like anything, while internally they're relishing some sort of ecstatic joy. Vishwanath says, Krishna is saying, if at that time, when they're at the depths of separation, the peak of that longing and hankering, if I then appear, then we'll have a Rasa Leela. That's what he's thinking. When Guru Maharaj said that, there was the science of rasa, and Rupa Goswami perfectly delineates that in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. But anything and all things are possible in the Absolute and the Absolute's devotees who control the Absolute, if that's possible. And apparently it is. Sri Krishna Karshini Chasa. The absolute, independent, supreme reality, the original source of everything, for whom not a blade of grass moves without his will. The supreme, omniscient, omnipotent Lord, personality of Godhead, Swayam Bhagavan, can be controlled through love and devotion. So sometimes the science of rasa is contradicted. So we're told that previously in Ramayana, in Ram Leela, when Ram and Lakshman were in a predicament, and Hanuman was sort of at his wit's end, and his ability to protect them, help them, Garuda was enlisted. And Garuda performed in flying colors. And at the end, when it came time for some remuneration, Das Kori Beton Mori Dehu Premadan, devotees want their premik. Garuda's one request, he said, my Lord, to Ramachandra, if you can show your form of Krishna. Remember, Krishna's Akhila Samrita Murti. Ram is also his avatar. It's Krishna playing in a particular way. The inverse can be shown to a certain degree. He said, but Garuda, Hanuman will become disturbed. So we should be careful not to disturb the sentiments of other devotees. No matter how much we think we're acquainted with reality. So Garuda said, I will, with my wings. And actually that's how he had saved them, with his mighty wings, making the ocean submit. So he said, with those same wings that I saved you, I can save you in this situation too. Hanuman won't be disturbed. I'll make a theater. You can show, he won't see. All right, Garuda expands his wings. Ram shows his form of Krishna. Garuda's very happy. Maybe through the wings a little bit, Hanuman seeing something. And it finishes, and Hanuman saying, Garud, someday I'll exact my revenge. So we're told that once in Dwaraka, all the pastimes of the personality of Godhead are multidimensional. Krishna expresses that he would like to get 108 blue lotus flowers. And Garuda is there. Yes, my Lord, consider it done. But these blue lotuses only grow in a particular place, high in the mountains, divine mountains. So Garuda's flying there to get those. And when he comes upon the pathway, there's this old monkey lying on the road. And we know it's part of Vedic culture never to cross over a living being because of Jivatma, Paramatma. So we don't even step over a dog or an animal of any kind out of respect. Jivatma, Paramatma. So Garuda's coming and saying, you monkey, move. And you're like, oh, I'm so tired and old, I can't move. But I am Garuda, the messenger of Vishnu, and I'm on a special mission from Krishna to get 108 blue lotus flowers. So monkey, you leave this road and let me cross. Oh, go around me, I am too much tired and too old. Monkey, if you do not move, then I will blow you away with my wings. Remember, he made the ocean move, he can do such things. As you wish, Prabhu. And he would, and those same wings that could scare the ocean into submission, we're told, not a hair moved on Hanuman's body. Wouldn't move one hair. And rather, he reached up, grabbed Garuda, and stuffed him under his armpit. So he's going, 108 blue lotus flowers. Then Hanuman goes to the mountain, collects the 108 blue lotus flowers, then returns to Dwaraka, where he's met by Sudarshan. Monkey! Don't see the sign. No monkeys allowed. This is not your place. I have 108 blue lotus flowers for Lord Krishna. And Sudarshan, monkey, I'm telling you, no monkeys allowed here. And he starts spinning. He's about to finish, and Hanuman raises his hand, and Sudarshan becomes a ring on his finger. And he proceeds. 108 blue lotus flowers. Garuda, Sudarshan. And Krishna, knowing everything, he's there with Rukmini and Satyabhama. He says, Satyabhama, you become Radharani. Or excuse me, you become Sita and I'll be Ram. This will make Hanuman happy. And Satyabhama, no. Rukmini, all right, she agrees. So Satyabhama hides under the bed. Rukmini becomes Sita. Krishna becomes Ram. Hanuman comes in. Ram, Ram, Sita Ram, Jai Sita Ram. I knew all along my Lord Ram. Really, it's Krishna. He presents the 108 blue lotus flowers. And the Lord says, Hanuman, is there anything I can do for you? Any desire you have? He said, no, by your grace, everything is well, but I'm just wondering, who is that hiding under the bed? So Guru Maharaj said, in this instance, Hanuman we take as in Dasya Rasa. He demonstrates his superiority. He checks Garuda, Sudarshan, and even the pride of the queen Satyabhama. We're operating on the basis of acquired prejudice. Okay? So, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in one place, he makes an interesting observation. He says that when we acquired the prejudice, it was without thinking. But when it comes time to give up that acquired prejudice, then we have to think about it for a long time. We're not so many things we have to consider. They use a word in India, in Sanskrit, called sanskar. And sanskar is translated in different ways, but it means like mental impressions. Like a printing machine makes an impression, right? So what they mean by sanskar is we've lived many times and many life forms, reincarnation, all that, and each time you're getting one impression, another impression, another impression, another impression, and this is, you can say, clouding our consciousness. So when we try to reflect, like, who am I? What is my position in the world? Where have I come from? Where am I going? All these things. It's being filtered through the clouds of acquired prejudice or impressions. In the first verse of Shikshastakam, which is Mahaprabhu's famous 8 prayers, the first one he says, Cheto Darpanam Arjanam Bhava Maha Dabagni Nirvapanam Shreya Kairava Chandrika Vitaranam Vidyavadu Jivanam Anandam Buddhivardhanam Pratipatam Punamritasvadanam Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam. So in the first line, they say the mind is like a mirror. We got this mirror right here as a prop. Right? So they're saying a mirror, like this mirror, if we don't clean it, it will get another layer of dust, another layer of dust, and when it gets sufficiently covered by different layers of dust, you won't be able to see yourself reflected in the mirror. So in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says in this one sloka, Yata Benal Garbas. He compares, we have the modes of ignorance, passion, and goodness. like as different layers or coverings of consciousness. One's like dust, one's thicker, different things. So the method to overcome acquired prejudice is to take shelter at the lotus feet of Sadhu, Shastra, Guru, and Vaishnava. So, in the most primal Guru mantra, it says, Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnanandjana Salakaya Chaksuram Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. The disciple is offering respectful obeisances to the Guru, saying, my eyes were like cataracted. You know cataracts? You know what a cataract is? Old people get it very often. Like they can't see properly anymore. So in this sloka, the disciple is saying, my eyes, they have like cataracts of what? Acquired prejudice and bias. So I'm seeing everything through this bias or acquired prejudice. Then he's saying in the prayer, but you, I'm praying to my Guru, you, like a surgeon, you know laser surgery? That's how they do cataract surgery in the modern world. So he's saying like, with pinpoint light, with the light of scriptures and the teachings of the Guru Varga, you remove the cataracts of bias and prejudice of my eye, and now I can see things properly. And back in the Shikshastakam sloka, where they're comparing the mind to a mirror that's accumulated so many layers of dust, it says, Cheto Darpana, Darpan means mirror, Marjanam, and Cheta means consciousness. So he's saying, the mirror of your mind, your consciousness, your way of seeing will be cleansed by chanting Krishna Nam under the direction of your Guru and Vaishnava. So it's a question also of faith. So they say, what when we talk about faith between Guru and disciple, or faith in Krishna consciousness, they give some example what they mean. It's a very famous example. And it's about a rope and a snake. And they say, if the Guru says a snake is a rope, a disciple sees a rope. So they're saying, if he says there's a rope, that's a snake, then you have to see a snake. And if there's a snake and he says that's a rope, you have to see rope. That level of faith and belief. And I will add this, that it might be easier to see a rope as a snake, but to see a snake and only think it's a rope, that might be more difficult. So, what it means, and there's a famous verse about this. It says, Yasya deve pura bhakti yata deve tataguru tasyoite katita hyarta prakashyante mahatmana. Saying, the type of faith you have in God, you have to have in Guru. Maybe even more. And to that person who can believe that and offer themselves with that type of submission, devotion, faithfulness, it says, Prakashante Mahatmana, everything will be revealed to them. We know Gurudev as being super affectionate, and it's true. He is love and affection personified, really, truly, to the extreme. Okay? And how he backs his devotees, he'd go through hell with them, and all these things. And being with, people like myself, that's a likelihood. It's not just like a saying or flattery. But anyway, but when he was younger, Guru Maharaj could be super affectionate and loving, and it's really true, totally charming and all that, but he's also he could be very severe. That was his word about himself. Because when they said sometime like, he made some comments about this or that, he once said, I am a man who, if I was in Vaikuntha, I would be a troublemaker. I would cause dissension. He said it. And like, if he was in Vaikuntha, people would be going like, he's saying something higher than what we're actually, that would be trouble. He said this about himself. Another time something came up, and we would try and, oh no, Maharaj, you're this. And he'd go, no, I'm a severe commentator. That he said. Once some people came to him and said, when they're trying to find something, they go, there's some letter at the Allahabad Gaudiya Math and says, you're a troublemaker, or you did, And Guru Maharaj is like, he's like leaning on the wall, and this person's giving this report. There's a letter somewhere that says, like, troublemaker and cause dissension. And Guru Maharaj, when it finally was clear what's being said, he went, I accept the challenge. He said, yes, whenever things are not up to mark, I say so, and boldly I say so. Therefore, I am alone. Yeah. And we're going like, look, we're happy to be with you, Maharaj. So, but also, he could be severe. Gurudev, one of the reasons Gurudev was so tolerant with everyone, it's only one reason, there are many, but he said, and he meant this not as a statement of humility, but like, he said, Guru Maharaj was so tolerant with me, how can I turn around and not be tolerant with you and others? That was a very beautiful way of thinking. He's saying, I know how much, and he's saying that, and you can adjust it in any way you want, right? According to your conception. But he did say this, like, so that's why I say, so Guru Maharaj is just unlimitedly tolerant and affectionate, so I feel I should do that with all of you and others, and like that. Is that snoring? Anyway, oh, okay. Just see if my ears are working. And I want to say something about that too. Is that there was one man, and I'm just going to say this straight, like he came to Guru Maharaj and he said, I have insomnia and I cannot sleep. Swamiji, this is my situation. Guru Maharaj, And then he goes, but I want to tell you, he said, I went to this ISKCON center in Bombay for the class, and then I got sleep. And then there was some discussion about Nidra Devi, and again, this is one of those Puranic legends that, remember, she took shelter of Kumbhakarna in Ram Leela. We don't know so much, but she was like sleeping in taking shelter of Kumbhakarna for, do you know how long? Like yugas, a long time. Right? But then he finally woke up for his Ram Leela, he plays the part of a demon. So then Nidra Devi, the goddess of sleep, she needed some new place to go. And she said, I've been sheltered there for like so many thousands of years, now I need some new place to go. Then they say, she was like, all right, wherever there is a Bhagavatam recitation, you can go there. So we always have people, like when we're speaking about, they're always going, we say, oh, Nidra Devi, When I was in the New York temple, they had this one man, it was his job to keep everybody awake. These are early morning classes. And you know those things you spray flour there? Like one setting is like that, spray, and then the other one's like long range. Like, so he, like a cop, he would patrol, like around, and people would be there like this. And if someone started to go like that, he'd turn around and go, like, they get water in their pants, and they go like, I wasn't sleeping, So some he'd do the spray, and others he'd think oh, you think when I go by, he'd turn around, I'm serious. Welcome to the Hare Krishna movement. You too can be a member. And there were some people who shall go nameless, but who would I'll tell later about Guru, but they would, who won't go nameless? Jayadvaita Maharaj, the revered Jayadvaita Maharaj, the great editor of Srila Prabhupada's books, Prabhupada had 100,000% faith in him and his editing of his books. But sometimes in the class, he would start to go out, and who's giving the class would go, Jayadvaita, what's that sloka? And he'd be like that, and he'd go, Devi hi sagunamahi, mama maya bharate, maam evaye prapadyante, mayame tam tarandite. And they'd go like, and then he'd like sometimes Guru Maharaj is giving a class and a talk, and he's a young boy, he's falling asleep. And Guru Maharaj thinks what he's saying is very important, and we can assume it probably is, not that he's just for some other reason. He feels like some fine point has come, and the boy's nodding off. So he would do the same thing. Gorindu? That was Gurudev's brahmachari name. And then Govinda Maharaj would do this, look up, and then quote the verse or tell the fine point. And Guru Maharaj was like, oh. I thought he was sleeping, but he didn't miss the fine point. It's actually, going in. Sometimes we went with Gurudev, invited to somebody's house for dinner. So Saraswati Thakur, that's also there. But, Gaudiya Mat Grihastas, I've met some of them. They're like out of the pages of Charitamrita purports. People with full temples in their house, deities, 4 or 5 aratis every day, they only take prasadam, they have a whole program going on in their house. Grihastha Vaishnava, even sometimes they're called Grihastha Brahmacharis, which I told about earlier. When Krishna Kshetra, in Romania, sometimes we would visit with this one Indian professor who was teaching Hindi. And through him, we could have access to his students, teach Bhagavad Gita, give classes, whatever. But we'd cook at his house, and he was very happy. His wife and family were back in India, and we'd show up, and he'd get all excited. We'd cook some things for lunch, and he showed how to make parathas. And there's different ways to make them. I should show this to Vishaka, because it's like another way where they end up looking like diamond shape, right, or pyramid. But because when you take a circle and fold it in half, and again, it ends up being like that. But there's a few things you do along the way. Anyway, he would do this. So he'd make his part, and he was really happy to get some association and everything. And we were in saffron dresses, brahmacharis, and he could probably pick up some attitude from us, like, we're brahmacharis, and he's a grihastha or something like that. So he wanted to let us know, I know something about brahmacharya too, maybe more than you boys, So he's saying, my wife lives in India, and I see her once a year. And we're like, yeah? And he said, I've had 3 children, and I've never seen my wife naked. at that point, it was just like, Ore Baba. It's like, how do you process that? I'm not trying to put these images in your mind. But he said, I've had 3 children, and I believed him. He said, I've had 3 children. I've never seen my wife naked. We're just like, will you allow us to dress like this in your presence? He means to say, I did this, Bhagavad Gita again, Dharma Virudho Kamosmi. And he was for real. When you're genuinely enthusiastic about something, and this is the little preaching thing here, everybody, is people go, how should we preach? What should we do? And I almost say the same thing all the time. Although, yes, Atma Gyan, we start with certain things about the soul, transmigration, that's true, we do that. But in addition to that, if you want to stay vital yourself, you tell people, vital means life, keep your vitality, and not get bored and I said the same thing over and over and over again. If you will share what you're appreciating, what you like, just like when we eat something, and this is funny too, Mayavadis or impersonalists, they will say, when you eat something very nice, you become silent. You get it? That's what they say. We don't say that. And that's not our experience. My experience is if you eat something very nice, you go like, whoa! Did you have this? Did you get the sabji yet? Or did you get the sweet? You've got to try. Gurudev called Paramananda once on the telephone. Paramananda's driving and it's when Gurudev's health is not good. And he gets a call from Gurudev. He's going what's wrong? And he goes, you got to come back immediately. And he's going, all right, I'm coming. He thinks Gurudev is in trouble, health-wise. And when he gets back, he says, did you taste the sweet rice that Manasa Krishna made? He goes, did you taste this? This is unbelievable. He called him on the phone. He's racing back, killed a couple people on the way. But they were run over in the service and got Sukriti. They're now in heaven. So, when you taste something, on any level, about Krishna consciousness, that's what you share with they go, what should I say first? Should I start talking? No. What you like. When the Ban Maharaj of Italy, Bhakti Madhur Ban, he came to the Mat. He was actually a Catholic priest previously, which is an interesting story. But so he comes to the Mat, and in his first meeting with Guru Maharaj, he's telling him I read some Bhagavad Gita, and it was interesting seeing how Guru Maharaj is dealing with someone for the first time, and he goes, oh, you've read Bhagavad Gita? He goes, which part did you like? That's what he said to him. Which part of the book did you like? And this is how he scored a lot of points quickly. He said, he talk like this because I have a little bit Italian accent, a little from another place. He say, I like the part where he says, surrender everything to me, become my devotee. Give up everything and become my devotee. And you could hear a bell go, ding! On Guru Maharaj, bless you, my child. So he's in the 18th chapter where Krishna says, give up everything and surrender to me. He goes, I really like that part. So Guru Maharaj is saying, interesting man. So there's two things. One thing is to consider who you're talking to. That is true. You know, if we're talking to a child, you don't want to get into like talk about the Vedanta Sutra. You know, there'll be another way. So, what we call adhikar is the capacity of the speaker and the audience. And we're even told if the speaker on certain things, on confidential subject matters, exceeds the rasa shiksha, more specifically. Saraswati Thakur wrote 100 verses saying, no, don't do this, not that, no, never, cannot be. So he said, a qualified guru, rasic, will never give rasa shiksha to an unqualified disciple, at least one who's in the Rupanuga line. It's right there in black and white. And the inverse is if you do this, then you're violating the principles of Rupanuga line by giving confidential instructions that's beyond the adhikar, or capacity, or eligibility of a particular person. It makes perfect sense. So in the case of Gurudev, we know some of these slokas that he relishes, or he, at most, in a particularly good mood, he might say them before us in Sanskrit, but not explain them. That was his way around certain things. If he was in the mood to quote something from the Gita Govinda, he did that. And as Manasa Krishna Prabhu said last night here, that he once said about it, like, good for, what did he say? Good for hearing, but not for telling. So that's how I realized, I'll say it in Sanskrit, you won't know what it means, and as you told me, but on some vibrational level, that substance is there, and there'll be some benefit from that. Any talk about Krishna is good. When Mahaprabhu left and took sannyas, the last instruction he tells to everybody, talk about Krishna. Worship Krishna. Bhaja Krishna, Bolo Krishna. Okay? Just talk about Krishna, take Krishna's name and worship Krishna. Just do that. He says 24 hours, never stop, never, but it's like, and if not that, enough. I mean, as much as you can. And we've heard in the beginning that Srila Prabhupada Swami Maharaj, he told that sometimes Saraswati Thakur would be examining a magazine article, and I'm not saying we have to adopt this same standard. I'm just telling a story. But so he would not read the whole thing, and he'd say, how many times did they mention the name Krishna? I just want to know that. They go, well, 50 times. Good, it's a good article. Then look at everything else. Like, that's a good one. They're going to hear again and again, Krishna, Krishna. Jayavati, I don't even know everything I'm going to say. Okay? Or when it's going to come out. It's not all planned. Even though I do work on stuff from time to time, like in the shower and stuff, but most of the time I'm like, So anyway, Srila Guru Maharaj is accompanying Saraswati Thakur to a house program, and at that house, Saraswati Thakur speaks on this sloka from the 10th canto, the prayers of the Devata, right? I think it's when Krishna's already in the womb of Devaki. I'm not 100% clear on that, but it's in that, the prayers from the demigods. I believe Devaki is like this, Krishna's in her, and she's effulgent. The gods and goddesses come and they're offering prayers to her. And there's this one that has the word satya in it. Satya vratam trisatya param trisatya satyasya joninananda satya. It uses the word satya around 10 times. And each way it's, so Saraswati Thakur gives some, and satya means, in its most basic sense, truth. But in other words, he started giving many different deep explanations of what is truth. So he gave this extraordinary talk. And Guru Maharaj, he's thinking, this is incredible. But then he has a dilemma, because he forgot to, like you have pen and paper, he didn't bring any pen or paper. So then he's thinking, do I leave, and I'm the only person, do I leave and go get pen and paper? But then I'm going to miss something while he's speaking. Or do I stay? And he was so hypnotized by what was being said, he couldn't leave. So the talk finishes and the program finishes, and then later, Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur says to him, like, so, did you get that? And Guru Maharaj is like, oh no. And he's saying, no, he explained the problem. And he said, but it was so extraordinary, And then Saraswati Thakur made a joke to him. He said, then you are a Gobar Ganesh. All right, I'll explain. Like, you know who Ganesh is? The elephant head. You notice he has one tusk like this and one is shortened? One's not full. Because he writes all the books, Mahabharata and the Vedas, and he and Veda Vyas, the speaker, had an agreement. Ganesh saying, you have to just write, you can never stop. I'm going to speak and you have to write everything. If you pause, I'll stop. And he's like, when do we have to start? Now. He had no pen, Ganesh, or paper. So he broke off his tusk. He has one like that and a short one, if you see any picture of Ganesh. So he broke it off and he starts writing with that. And Veda Vyasa is speaking and everything. So Prabhupada Saraswati Thakur says to Guru Maharaj, you're a Gobar Ganesh. Gobar, I will explain, means cow dung. Cow dung. So he's saying like it means like, cows, like the patties from the cows. Yeah. Oh. So he's saying a real Ganesh would write it all down. This shows Saraswati Thakur had a sense of humor too. He goes, you're a Gobar Ganesh. Like you're made out of cow dung. It's like a little insulting, but in a sweet way. Especially if it's Saraswati Thakur and the person is Guru Maharaj. So then, Guru Maharaj starts telling Saraswati Thakur, but the talk was so extraordinary, I couldn't leave. I just couldn't, it was just incredible what you were saying. I couldn't leave. So then Saraswati Thakur said to him, you thought it was extraordinary. So then Guru Maharaj says to Saraswati Thakur, it was such a wonderful talk, I couldn't leave to go get a pen and paper. I was like hypnotized, and Saraswati Thakur says, you thought it was extraordinary, I thought it was extraordinary, and I would like to hear it again. Even though I said it, something divine was passing through me, so I want to hear it again. As if it was so, like it wasn't his. Some divine power came down and spoke all these things. Right? So, but then Guru Maharaj said, interestingly, in retrospect, he said, I had mixed feelings about this. He said, on the one hand, I felt bad because I didn't write it down, disappointed Prabhupada in that way. He said, but in my heart, I was very happy, actually, because I knew when he was in that special zone, giving this certain quality of substance, I knew it. I could recognize it. It wasn't like that I didn't appreciate it. But what I appreciated and thought was extraordinary, he also appreciated and thought was extraordinary. So he said, in my heart, I was happy. I felt bad that I didn't write it down. But in my heart, I felt, what I thought was really good, he also thinks is very good. And again, if we were to look at that sloka, I've looked at it at different times. You just can't understand 100% what's being said there. I'll say that. You just have to look at it, and then you see, and realize it would have been nice if Guru Maharaj wrote it down. But again, we can say, why did he pick that? It's not like a simple one. It's famous within the higher circle of the Guru Varga. It's famous in their world, then I understand. And that's the point. So we can say, well, when he's speaking, in the higher world, they're appreciating. His audience is not limited to the people who sit before him. We could say that. Is that snoring? Anyway. Oh, okay. Just see if my ears are working. And I want to say something about that too. Is that there was one man, and I'm just going to say this straight, he came to Guru Maharaj and he said, I have insomnia and I cannot sleep. Swamiji, this is my situation. Guru Maharaj, And then he goes, but I want to tell you, he said, I went to this ISKCON center in Bombay for the class, and then I got sleep. And then there was some discussion about Nidra Devi, and again, this is one of those Puranic legends that, remember, she took shelter of Kumbhakarna in Ram Leela. We don't know so much, but she was sleeping in taking shelter of Kumbhakarna for, do you know how long? Yugas, a long time. Right? But then he finally woke up for his Ram Leela, he plays the part of a demon. So then Nidra Devi, the goddess of sleep, she needed some new place to go. And she said, I've been sheltered there for so many thousands of years, now I need some new place to go. Then they say, she was like, all right, wherever there is a Bhagavatam recitation, you can go there. So we always have people, when we're speaking about, they're always going, we think, oh, Nidra Devi, When I was in the New York temple, they had this one man, it was his job to keep everybody awake. These are early morning classes. And those things you spray flowers with? One setting is like that, spray, and then the other one's long range. So he, like a cop, he would patrol, around, and people would be there like this. And if someone started to go he'd turn around and go they get water in their pants, and they go I wasn't sleeping, So some he'd do the spray, and others he'd think oh, you think when I go by, then he'd turn around. I'm serious. Welcome to the Hare Krishna movement. You too can be a member. And there were some people who shall go nameless, but who would I'll tell later about Guru, but they would, who won't go nameless? Jayadvaita Maharaj, the revered Jayadvaita Maharaj, the great editor of Srila Prabhupada's books, all the, Prabhupada had 100,000% faith in him and his editing of his books. But sometimes in the class, he would start to go out, and who's giving the class would go, Jayadvaita, what's that sloka? And he'd be like that, and he'd go, Devi hi sagunamayi, mama maya bharateya, maam evaye prapadyante, mayame tam tarandite. And they'd go like, and then he'd like, so once also, Gurudev, we know Gurudev as being super affectionate, and and it's true. He is love and affection personified, really, truly, to the extreme, and how he backs his devotees. He'd go through hell with them, and all these things. And being with people like myself, that's a likelihood. It's not just like a saying or flattery. But anyway, when he was younger, Guru Maharaj could be super affectionate and loving, and it's really true, totally charming and all that, but it's also he could be very severe. That was his word about himself. Because when they said sometime like, he made some comments about this or that, he once said, I am a man who, if I was in Vaikuntha, I would be a troublemaker. I would cause dissension. He said it. And like if he was in Vaikuntha, people would be going like, he's saying something higher than what we're actually, that would be trouble. He said this about himself. Another time something came up, and we would try and, oh no, Maharaj, you're this. And he'd go, no, I'm a severe commentator. And he said, once some people came to him and said, when they're trying to find something, they go, there's some letter at the Allahabad Gaudiya Math and says, you're a troublemaker, or you did, And Guru Maharaj he's like leaning on the wall, and this person's giving this report. There's a letter somewhere that says, like, troublemaker and cause dissension. And Guru Maharaj, when it finally was clear what's being said, he went, I accept the challenge. He said, yes, whenever things are not up to mark, I say so, and boldly I say so. Therefore, I am alone. Yeah. And we're going like, look, we're happy to be with you, Maharaj. But also, he could be severe. Gurudev, one of the reasons Gurudev was so tolerant with everyone, it's only one reason, there are many, but he said, and he meant this not as a statement of humility, but he said, Guru Maharaj was so tolerant with me, how can I turn around and not be tolerant with you and others? That was a very beautiful way of thinking. He's saying, I know how much, and he's saying that, and you can adjust it in any way you want, right? According to your conception. But he did say this, so that's why he says, so Guru Maharaj is just unlimitedly tolerant and affectionate, so I feel I should do that with all of you and others, and like that. So then, but that said, Guru Maharaj could be a little severe with him too, at times. Because he's a young boy, and sometimes Guru Maharaj is giving a class and a talk, and he's a young boy, he's falling asleep. And Guru Maharaj thinks what he's saying is very important, and we can assume it probably is, not that he's just for some other reason. He feels like some fine point has come, and the boy's nodding off. So he would do the same thing. Gorindu? That was Gurudev's brahmachari name. And then Govinda Maharaj would do this, look up, and then quote the verse or tell the fine point. And Guru Maharaj was like, oh. I thought he was sleeping, but he didn't miss the fine point. It's actually, going in. Here, we're making a distinction, we're defining, connotating, we're increasing the connotation of what is meant by heart. Because from a mundane point of view, in the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Bhumiropo analovayu kamano bhutirevacha ahankara ityame bina prakritirashtadha. He outlines sequentially what are the 8 material elements. Bhumir, apo, vayu, earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, and intelligence, and ahankar, false ego. In the following sloka, it says, Apareyam itastanyam prakriti vidime param jiva bhuta mahabaho yayedam daryate jagat. He says that, but the jiva Shakti, what I just outlined is the prakriti, mundane energy. Jiva is a superior type of Shakti, which is above these 8 elements. So, although we don't normally think of it this way, or it's not the first verse that would come to our mind in terms of Sahajiyaism, Srila Guru Maharaj used it as a refutation of Sahajiyaism along these lines, that their idea is that by reconditioning the element of mind, the mundane element of mind, filling it with images of Krishna, making it accustomed to hearing certain sounds, that one will have some sort of epiphany and their swarup will manifest. Guru Maharaj is of the opinion that all of this must dissolve, right? Because the subtlest aspect is the ahankar, false ego, but then the buddhi, the mind, the body that's housing these elements, all of this must be dissolved. In what way? Or Gurudev gave a famous lecture called Dissolving the Pillars of Ego, right? Demolishing the pillars of ego. How? Not through some Buddhistic type of dissolution, but rather through service engagement, through dedication. Right? Biological expression of the soul's delusion is the body. It's the outcome of jiva's exploiting tendency, the desire to lord over matter. Right? Sometimes he would quote Robinson Crusoe, Alexander Selkirk, the man shipwrecked on the island, and he has a line where he says, I am the lord of all I survey. So he's saying, this mood, this mania, that I'm the master, okay, and detesting the very notion of servitude, or by extension, slavery, being subordinate, being submissive. In modern times, any qualities associated with this notion are considered undesirable and detrimental to developing oneself, right? And one's self-esteem, etc. So the body is the biological expression of the soul's delusion. That includes mind, intelligence. But the outcome of exploiting tendency, the biological outcome of exploiting tendency, if we become connected to the service plane, if we withdraw from being exploiting agents and become enriched with a dedicating tendency, then the body, mind, intelligence, which were the outcome of exploiting tendency, start to vanish, and the spiritual mind, intellect, body begin to manifest, the swarup. I once asked Srila Guru Maharaj, there must be a difference between a blade of grass in Vaikuntha and a blade of grass in Vrindavan. Right? We'll think, well, they're both Shantarasa. But if I'm following what you're saying, then their mood of devotion would be different. And Guru Maharaj's response was, of course. And he explained the principle that in Vrindavan, although we'll take it, there's Shantarasa, the trees, the grass, Jamuna, cows, birds, bumblebees, peacocks, right? And then the friends, the Gopabalaks, the gopis, Nanda, Yashoda, the elderly gopis, the gopis who breastfed Krishna as their child for a year, some Vatsalya rasa, and then the Parakiya rasa of the Braja gopis. Srila Gurudev was once explaining something along these lines, and he's mentioned, it's in the book called Religion of the Heart, and there he mentions that the impetuousness of Krishna. Sometimes we know Mother Yasoda's tending to milk, or she's cooking something or whatever, and Krishna wants her attention, and he wants it now. And he wants her to stop everything that she's doing and attend to his wants and desires immediately. So, discussing this, Srila Gurudev said, this is Parakiya rasa, right? Parakiya bhav. So it was published in the book originally, something along the lines someone pointed out, it seemed to be indicating paramour relationship between Yashoda and Krishna. How is that possible? This must be incorrect. It should be, some improper siddhanta has been given. But if we look carefully, that was not what was being said. What Srila Gurudev was pointing out, this impetuous mood of Krishna was indicative of Parakiya bhav. And we say Parakiya, it means the sense of another. So Srila Guru Maharaj has explained in Goloka Vrindavan that Parakiya is the predominating sentiment. Right? The cowherd boys, they hear rumors that Gopal is not one of us. Or they're thinking that themselves. He does extraordinary things. I think some people say Gopal is not one of us. That makes them nervous. And the outcome is it makes them express a greater depth of love in the being confronted with his otherness. Mother Yashoda will say, she will hear rumors that Krishna is not her son. That some people say he's the son of Vasudeva and Devaki, and that he was transferred from Mathura to here. She doesn't like to hear that. Again, that is Parakiya bhav, the sense that Krishna belongs to another. And what is the end result? A greater flow of love and affection from the heart of Yasoda. He's adopted the position of a liar to gradually give you exposure to the truth. Similar is that to the saying appears in the Bhagavatam, Paroksha Bhara Bedoyam Balanam Anushashanam. The way you teach a child is not to fully reveal the truth, but to gradually reveal the truth. So on this lying, Krishna's lying being liberating, Vishwanath Chakrabarti Tagore gives us an example. When Yashoda calls Krishna and said, "Have you been eating earth?" And Krishna said, "No, I haven't. The other boys, we were playing and they're angry at me and they want to get me in trouble with you. So they're saying that I've eaten earth. But I've not eaten any earth. You can look in my mouth and see what a good boy I am." And Mother said, then she looks, Krishna opens his mouth, and what does he see inside her mouth? The earth planet. "I've not eaten any earth. Look." She says, the earth. What to speak of some earth, she sees the earth. And as she looks closer, she sees all the planets, all the stars, the Milky Way, the galaxies, so many, and she becomes overwhelmed. And she thinks momentarily, the Aiswarjagyan appears in her heart and consciousness, and she thinks, it's by the influence of Yoga Maya that I'm thinking he's my child. He's the supreme, original personality of Godhead. But under the influence of this divine illusion, I think he's my child, he treats me as mother, like that. Then, sometimes Guru Maharaj said, then a cat nearby goes, meow! And Krishna is afraid and he grabs his mother's sari and holding on to her because he's afraid. And she's thinking, that's my boy. All that Aiswarjagyan, that momentary awareness of Krishna's divinity vanishes like a hallucination. Right? Like so many thoughts go through, and momentarily this went through me, vanished. So he lied to his mother, and she became, well, we don't take it that she was conditioned to begin with, but it's that lying is liberating and good. It to hear about it. We'll say this: if the non-liberated hear about Krishna's lying to his mother, they will become liberated. Yashoda's position is way beyond. I was once discussing with Srila Guru Maharaj, and he's talking about Yashoda, and someone mentioned the servitor, the Raktak and Patrak, mentioned by Rupa Goswami and Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and we aspire to have the dust of their feet upon our heads. But in this particular context, someone introduced this, and Guru Maharaj said, Raktak, Patrak, nothing. Yashoda. He's talking about Mother Yashoda. And then, as he once said, well, I'll say that. Then I said, oh, what about in Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says, Manmana bhava mad bhakto madjajimam namaskuru? Always think of me, become my devotee. And then as much as Guru Maharaj was talking about Yashoda, he said, we left that a long time ago. Like, you're not paying attention. I'm like, what about Manmana? We left that a long time ago. Learn to think of me, become my devotee. You think that applies to Yashoda? Right? Krishna's sitting on her lap, sucking her breast. Right? She's singing, songs of his pastimes. She's the Holy Mother of God. Right? So when some devotees partially hearing analysis about Shantarasya, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, Madhura, Swakya, Bharakya, somehow invoking Guru Maharaj's name, they were demeaning Vatsalya Rasa. When the news of this came to Guru Maharaj's ear, he said, "My heart is mortified to hear this." He said, "What do they think it is?" He said, "And don't they know?" He said, "The first duty every morning of Radharani and Brajagopis when they rise in the morning is they go to the doorstep of Yashoda and give their dandavats and thank the Lord for Yashoda, without which there would be no Krishna." So, Yashodava Mahabhaga Nandakim Akarod Brahmam Shreya Evam Mahodayam. And Parikshit Maharaj and Sukadeva were praising Nanda Maharaj. Right? Ahangiha Nandam Bande Yashalande Param Brahma. Krishna's crawling in his courtyard. It says Yashoda Yashodava Mahabhaga. She's even more fortunate than Nanda Maharaj. Papo Yasyastanam Hari, because Krishna is sitting on her lap, sucking her breast milk. Nandakim Akarod Brahman. What did they do to achieve these positions? Krishna only wants love and affection. Right? Whether it's from Chinese, American, Russian, Indian. This theme about heart, Krishna consciousness is a heart-to-heart connection. Right? So only the body. There's a Chinese body, a Thai body, American body, but there's not a Chinese soul, American soul, Thai soul, Indian soul. We say for every action, equal and opposite reaction. So there's some action in the past that necessitated that someone's born in China, someone's born in Thailand, someone's born in America, someone's born in Russia. But the important thing to understand is the heart-to-heart connection, from the heart of Krishna to the heart of the devotee. And that transcends geography, politics, geopolitical, socio-economic circumstances. What we find in the poetry of Rupa Goswami, Sloka Gurudev loved very much, was the Sakki, Murali, Chida, Jalina Purna, Lagu, Grantila, Nirashashi, Chumbanananda. I forget the sloka at present. It's composed by Rupa Goswami, who is Rupa Manjari in Vrindavan, and it comes from the mouth of Chandravali, who is Srimati Radharani's principal competitor. And Chandravali is saying in this sloka, she's expressing some jealousy of the flute of Krishna. This is also mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam. So she's saying, and again, it's in the Bhagavatam, and somewhere between, expressed by other gopis, they're also expressing, we'll use the word jealousy, and she's expressing it here, and saying, who is this flute? What is this flute? Where did he come from? And what is he doing, situating himself at the lips of Krishna? They're saying, we're Braja Gopis. So there's Gopa and Gopis. Krishna is Gopal. He's a Gopa. then naturally he should be connected with gopis. When the wives of the Brahmins were offering themselves to Krishna, they understood that that was socially awkward, because they thought, oh, we're Brahmins' wives, you're a cowherd. Like once, when Radharani's girlfriends, they're trying to save her from Krishna, they're telling him like, how could you be so foolish to fall for a cowherd? Like, we could understand if it was some very high society person, but a cowherd. You've fallen madly in love with a cowherd. Right? Why? Aprakrita lila, Shudra, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Brahmin, in the middle position. It's always hidden in the middle. So, and those cowherd men I mentioned earlier too, they told Vasudeva, this is so strange because avatars don't usually appear, in families of low-class people like us. I mean, it gives you some idea of the kind of level of thinking they have. Avatars is just a given, assumed. And they're thinking, well, avatars, when they normally appear, higher part of society. What's an avatar doing in a cowherd community? That doesn't make any sense. So you're probably right. He is not God. It's a very beautiful way of thinking. Jnana Shunya Bhakti. As Guru Maharaj said, Krishna likes to surround himself with ignorant people. But their ignorance is the highest type of jnana dipena bhasha, of understanding. So the gopis, Chandravali, are saying, this flute, Gopa meant for gopis, Gopal meant for gopis, he's a boy, this flute is a boy, what is he doing with Krishna? This isn't right. And they're saying, and that flute, Nirashashi, he's a dry piece of wood. He has nothing to offer. He's a piece of, and knots, chidra means knots or holes. Can also mean flaws, faults. As they're masters of the double entendre, insult. So they're saying, it's full of flaws, full of holes. A flute has many holes. They're saying, full of many flaws. So he's male, full of faults, juiceless, no rasa. And this flute is at the lips of Krishna where this stream of nectar is issuing forth. What is meant for us is being intercepted by the flute. So she's saying, I can't tolerate this. So this is, if you can understand this type of jealousy, you won't have to take birth in this world again. Janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tattvataha tyaktva deham punar janma naiti mam eti sorjana. Everything can trace back to the central conception of the Absolute, the aprakrita lila of Krishna. Janmadyasya yataha adi rasa, mukya rasa. And more specifically, parakiya is the origin of everything. So everything can be accommodated there, including jealousy. But not envy of the devotee, matsarja, not envy of a devotee for their devotion. Not denying their good fortune. Chandravali and the others, they're singing the glories of the flute. They're acknowledging the flute's intimate position It's the eternal paraphernalia of Krishna. Right? As we hear in the Brahma Samhita, in the very conclusion, in the Shreya Kanta Kanta sloka. Yatha ganam gamanam khanam gamanam bangshi priya saki. We're all katha, speaking is song, and gata, movement, is dance, and Krishna's forever holding his dear bangshi, flute, pressed to his lips. So, it depends on the quality of the heart. So here, we can call it jealousy, but it's not heart-destroying, denying the devotion of others, but rather acknowledging their good fortune and envying their position, wanting to be like them, not dismissing them. We told some of Gurudev's final words where he said, everyone has some fault, big or small. He said, that is not the question. He said, but those who have devotional spirit, that must be acknowledged and respected. So if the end result is the devotee is thinking, why can't I be like that? If the end result is increased dedication, then it's something spiritual in character. If the end result is that one is moving away from the plane of dedication, diminished appreciation for devotees and devotion, then it is a disease, it's cancerous. The word lolyam is used in one place as being a fault, an undesirable trait and characteristic, in another place being told as the price to pay. Nupadeshamritam. Atyahara prayasischa prajalpa niyamagraha janasangas talolyam cha sadbir bhaktir vinashyati. These are the things that destroy devotion. One of them mentioned lolyam, desire, hankering. Out of control. Then we're told, Krishna bhakti rasa bhavitamati kriyatam yuti kutopina ladyate tatra lolyam moolam ekalam. Here we're told, but lolyam, this is what you have to get this. What does that mean? Genuine hankering for that divine substance. You can use the word greed. So in one place, greed is bad. Another place, greed is good. Atmendriya priti ichadare bolekam krishnendriya priti ichadare premanam. Atmendriya, when it's self-directed toward that misconceived self, then we're told it's calm, lust, degrading. When it's Krishnendriya, Hrishikena, Hrishikesha Sevanam, in the service of Krishna, the same thing goes by the name of Prem. It's invigorating, enlivening. So the jealousy expressed by the Braja Gopis is a very sweet and wonderful thing. In many places they do. When Krishna abandons them in the forest of Vrindavan at the beginning of the Rasa Leela, and he goes off with Srimati Radharani in search for her, and they're there left to their fate and fortune. They're praising the deer. They envy the deer. They're saying, deer, with husband and wife, you're both devotees of Krishna. Husband and wife both targeting Krishna, can both together go and serve Krishna. We're not so fortunate. Our husbands don't want us to be here. They're trying to obstruct our path to Krishna. They're inquiring from the creepers, the vines. They're seeing the fortune of all others, not themselves. Right? That's their type of so-called jealousy. It's to recognize the good fortune of others, not to try and prevent or dismiss the good fortune of others, but to recognize that. They think, oh, the cowherd boys, they get to go to the forest with Krishna, and we're not allowed. How fortunate they are. Wish we could be like them. So Srila Prabhupada used to use this expression, transcendental competition. And Guru Maharaj later paraphrased that as a competition of dedication. So if observing the devotional qualities and characteristics of another devotee, either in this realm or through the eyes of the scripture, that may awaken within us some appreciation and hankering that we could also be like that someday. They're showing that it's possible. Samasritaye parapalava pavam mahatpatum yon punya yasho murare pavam budhir vatsa parampadam parampadam yad vipadam natesham. Guru Maharaj compared the Vaishnavas to lighthouses illuminating the way across the ocean of nations. And the Bhagavatam says, the path chalked out by their lotus feet, that remains a path of approach. Just as in this world, if there's some forest or woods, someone will make a path. And we'll see, if you look carefully, you see, oh, you follow this path and you'll get to the other side. So the devotees are, by their example, by their heart's devotional expression, creating a path to the lotus feet of Krishna. Who is Bhagavan? Who possesses all these qualities. Wealth, opulence, beauty, knowledge, renunciation, strength, faith, all of that, to an infinite degree. And such a person, if you could find someone who had all of these qualities to the infinite degree, such a person would be irresistibly charming and attractive and qualified to be known as Krishna. That is the meaning of Krishna. That's what we're searching for. The imperfect is searching for the perfect. We're searching for the ideal. We're searching for the absolute. That is what life is. That is what existence is, actually. It's not a religion, a religious thing, a religious idea. It's reality. As once Guru Maharaj said, Krishna consciousness is reality, and it's in your interest to become acquainted with this reality. It's not an Hinduism or an Indian religion or something a particular group of people believe. It's reality, and we have to start thinking of it that way. Therefore, he used that expression, reality the beautiful. Search for Sri Krishna, reality the beautiful. The ultimate reality is beautiful. But what is preventing this is this ego. I'm nobody's servant. I don't bow down to anyone. And it's not even true. It's just, what do you say, posturing. We bow down all the time to all sorts of people and to all sorts of circumstances. We're humbled, we're humiliated. Not just humbled, humiliated. Prabhupada says in one of his purports in the Bhagavad Gita, when one realizes that material existence is a constant source of perplexity at every step, it behooves such a person to approach a spiritual master. Right? So we have this ego that won't allow us to admit, I'm lost. What to speak of others, I can't even take care of myself. I need help. We know devotees at the time of initiation, they very much like to hear the meaning of their name. They're very eager to hear that. And even Guru Maharaj asked Saraswati Thakur, his name was Ramendra Chandra Bhattacharya, he got initiated and his name became Ramendra Sundar. And he said, how shall I, what does that Ramendra here means? And Saraswati Thakur began explaining, Rama, Hare Rama, that Rama is not Ramachandra or Balaram, but Radha Raman, Raman Radha. The lover of Srimati Radharani, one is giving joy and happiness to Srimati Radharani in divine pastimes. And Guru Maharaj said, and that sound is still ringing in my ear. So even he asked. But Srila Gurudev, he didn't like devotees to ask. It's just one of those things. And sometimes he would say, if they say, what is my name? He'd say, what was your Christian name? And do you know what that means? So once this boy from Australia, who's an excellent craftsman, he made all those tables in the Theistic Media Center at the Sevak Bhavan, Madhuranand. He's sitting on the veranda once and, Srila Govinda Maharaj, Srila Gurudev. I'm like, yes. Can I ask you a question? And we were like, yeah. He goes, what does Hare Krishna mean? And Gurudev put his newspaper down. He said, what was your name before? He said, Matthew. Gurudev said, what does Matthew mean? He goes, messenger of God. Gurudev said, oh, all right, and folded the newspaper and because usually he'd say, what does that mean? And they don't know what their name means. But he said, messenger of God. And he said, all right. And he started explaining something about Maha Mantra. And I should say, on one level, we're forbidden from going into the detailed explanations of that. And we can say we don't even know them. Right? But this type of analysis. But what you have there, what you've read there, that sort of general indication is what's given to us. So sometimes Srila Guru Maharaj, Srila Swami Maharaj as well, would point out Hare is in the vocative case, which means, in Guru Maharaj's words, no plea is to be attached to this. We're not chanting for something. People have that idea that you'll chant the mantra to get something. Right? So that was Guru Maharaj's expression. No plea is to be attached. Just invoking Hare, Srimati Radharani and Krishna. But Srila Prabhupada Swami Maharaj, when he gave a general explanation too, said it was like a prayer to be engaged in service. Right? So all of these things, service, seva, das, dasi, Krishna das, Radha dasi, they have some general meaning and some more specific meaning. And Srila Guru Maharaj will say, according to the inner awakenment of the devotee, the aspiring servitor, meaning is attached or revealed, or things reveal deeper sorts of meaning. But one thing Guru Maharaj said that's really astonishing, he said, by chanting Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, he said, one day you will find that you are in the harem of Krishna. These are talking about very high levels of spiritual development. The devotee will find some particular servitors serving moods irresistibly charming and want to proceed in that way. It's all ashraya vigraha, coming under the shelter of a superior servitor. We're told that by our position, which is none, as Gurudev said in St. Petersburg once, first realize that you're a worm in a bucket of stool, and then start from there. But then Guru Maharaj would say sometimes like, so what would you rather be, king of this world or a worm in a bucket of nectar in the upper world? He said, you have to start, he said, sometimes they make a cottage in that plain, like Mahaprabhu saying, Padaduli Sadrashim Vichintaya. When they say, Ainanda Tanuja Kinkaram Patitam Mam Vishame Bhavam Bhutho Tava Kripa. So, although I am your kinkar, your servant, kinkar, somehow I'm in this ocean of Maya and forgetfulness of my servitor identity. So by your mercy, you can reinstate me and make me one of the atoms in the dust of your holy lotus feet. That is always the prayer. Padaduli, Das Goswami praying to eternally be the dust of the lotus feet of Rupa Goswami, Mahaprabhu expressing this here. And it's not just for the beginners. Uddhava, he is also expressing some prayer like that. Right? And the Radhastakam, written by Rupa Goswami in praise of Srimati Radharani, saying, Hari Paranaka Koti Prishta Parjanta Simham Tatamapi Kalayantim Pranirabhishtadoham Pramuditam Madirakshi by Dagdadika Gurum Mati Guru Kirting Radikam Archayami Hari Paranaka Koti Prishta Parjanta Simha. We'll take it that always they'll say the least aspect is considered to be the feet. Right? That's why always approaching to the feet shows humility. Go to the feet. But what's the here Rupa Goswami is pushing that even. What's the least aspect of the feet? The nails. Hari Paranaka means the nails on the lotus feet of Krishna. Radharani says, Hari Paranaka Koti Prishta Parjanta Simha Tatamapi Kalayantim Pranerabhishtam. The nails of the lotus feet of Krishna are infinitely superior than my own life magnified millions of times. He says, Guru Mati Guru Kirting Radikam Archayami. This type of worshipable vision, the highest devotee who possesses the highest level of Krishna consciousness, right? Mahaprabhu's taken her bhav when he's Svapara with his Swabhaktevya Shuddham Nijabhajanam Mudram Upadishan. From her perspective, he is expressing Krishna consciousness. And what is her perspective? The least aspect of Krishna is infinitely more valuable than the highest aspect of myself multiplied millions of times. So we say, Hare Krishna. Whatever she knows, sees, etc., the devotees, it would be foolish to proceed in any other way. Who has that vision? And those who can be close to her, share that vision. Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur, Tunga Vidya, who's sometimes described as qualified as Radharani herself. And her poetry, his poetry, what has he written? And that Radha Rasa Shuddha Nidhi. Sometimes Guru Maharaj will say, Bilva Mangal Thakur, Krishna Karnamritam, that Mahaprabhu so much loved to listen. I mean, again, this is a Guru Maharaj type observation. He's saying, well, it's all about Krishna. You know? And of course, that's going to make Radharani happy, Mahaprabhu happy, feeling separation. But he's making an observation. He's saying, Radha Rasa Shuddha Nidhi of Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur, as that one's 300 approximately slokas about Krishna. Here you have 300 slokas about Radharani. Then you can understand something about who Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur must be. One of these exclusive, fanatical followers of Srimati Radharani, who says, Yasya kadapi vasananchalaketanota danyati danyapavanena kritartamani yogendram durgamagati madhusudanopi tasya namostu brishabhanu bhuvodishepi. Yasya kadapi vasananchalaketanota. Saying when the breeze from the skirt of Radharani comes upon Krishna, Danyati, Danya, Pavanena, Kritarta, he thinks, jackpot, lottery, he's got the ultimate treasure. Yogendram Durga Magati Madhu. And which Krishna? That one. Yogis are struggling, Pantastu Kotishu, Saravat Sarasam Pragam, Bayora Tapi Manaso Muni Pungavanam. They're meditating for millions of years, trying to see the Lord in the heart, the Gyanis, people through so many things to get a glimpse of Krishna. That Krishna, Yogendram Durgama, the Yogendra means, the king means who the yogis aspire to, very difficult to catch a glimpse of. If he gets the breeze from the dress of Radharani upon him, he considers himself to be fortunate that he's got the ultimate treasure from the breeze of her dress. So what is his conclusion? This is a sloka glorifying her. And he's saying, so if that's how Krishna feels from her breeze, then what would my position be? Tasya namostu Brishabhanu Bhuvodishepi. That daughter of Brishabhanu Maharaj, the direction in which she appeared is worshipable and close enough for me. The direction in which she appeared, I'll worship. She's so great. So the strategy of capturing Krishna by promoting Srimati Radharani and her line Radhika Madhavasham, as Guru Maharaj say, Chaitanya Saraswat Sri Rupa Nuga Kritimati Guru Go Ranga Radha Jitasha. It's an aspiration in the line of Sri Rupa. So, Raghunath Das Goswami, Mukhe Radha Radha Boli Beshe Nayanera Jale Radhe Radhe, with crawling on his hands and knees in Govardhan and Vrindavan, with tears streaming down his eyes, taking the name of Srimati Radharani. So, and he's the Prayojan Tattva Acharya of this line. Asha avare amrita sindhu mai katanchit kalo mayati gamita kila sampratam hi tam chet kripam mai vidashasina ivakimme prane brajena chabororu bakarinapi. This prayer to Radharani said, my aspiration is the service of your holy lotus feet. That's what he's concerned. That service. And that's why I maintain my life and my existence, is with that aspiration, without which my life is of no value. Prane, brajena, and what's more valuable than my life, braja, that's of no value to me without you and your service. And what's more valuable than braja? Krishna himself, he said, is bakarinapi. It's like a dreadful thing, a demon, Bakari, means who killed Baka. So, inner awakenment, inner attainment has to be along these lines. Same Das Goswami is saying, Sakaya me mama namostu nityam, Dashayate mama rusastu satyam. I don't aspire for intimacy or higher service. My focus is on the least. Same thing, Radharani focused on the least. Prabodhananda focused on the least. Srila Guru Maharaj once said, who is a female here may not be a female there. And who is a male here may not be a male there. On the veranda in Dum Dum Park, once, Srila Gurudev, there are different pictures, you know, on the wall. Acharya's, some picture, Mahaprabhu and his associates, different pictures. Who are Mahaprabhu and all his associates? Not all of them. His principal associates are gopis in Vrindavan, and they've descended in Gaur Leela. They take on male forms. That has some purpose also, so that the imposition of an enjoyer will not be placed upon Krishna descending as Mahaprabhu, the mistake of the Gauranagaris. Take him to be Krishna as an enjoyer. But anyway, looking on that wall, you saw the picture of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and it's that very picture in front of us. See Bhaktivinoda Thakur with the beard and the japamala, and Gurudev musing at that time, and he said, and to think, you know, in the spiritual world, he's a 14-year-old girl. Nikila Shruti Moli Ratnamala. In Rupa Goswami's sloka, Guru Maharaj says that the Shrutis, that means the personified Vedic sounds, right? They're declaring Ratnamala, the crown jewel of all sounds, is the holy name of Krishna. And Srila Guru Maharaj says there that they must say this. To not say this, to not indicate this, would be to commit suicide on their part. So they're saying, of all sounds, of all that is to be heard, the holy name of Krishna is the central sound. In the modern world, we want to try and tie identity to gender. That is not Krishna Das, Radha Dasi, Jive, Swarupai, Krishna or Nityadas. Spiritual identity is not tied to gender. But from this position, one can, whatever one's position is, begin hearing about Krishna from substantial devotees, from authoritative sources. Pravishta karna randrena swanam bhavam saroruham dunoti shamalam Krishna shalilasya yata sharat. Krishna conception through the ear enters the heart, and the flag of Krishna conception is planted there. And the experts have said, once this has happened, then it is a matter of time before Krishna conception establishes its supremacy and totality, exclusiveness over the whole heart. Gopi Bhav, Gopi Deho. Sometimes the gopis are joking with Krishna and saying that he stole the wife of Narayan, Lakshmi Devi. Right? Because we hear she is as a golden line on his chest. Sri Lekha. These marks on the chest of Krishna are indicative of the presence of the goddess of fortune. And they're saying, shamelessly, he's taken Vishnu's consort as his own. And we hear, though, I mean, that's their divine way of seeing things and expressing things. But when the wives of Kaliya, after their husband was converted by the magic wand of the lotus feet of Krishna into a Vaishnava, and they began realizing his good fortune and expressing that in their prayers. One of their prayers is Tadeva Vidmahe Tavangri Renu Sparashadikarya Yadvanchana Sri Lalana Charatapo Vihaya Kamam Ruchiram Vrata Tasyaiva no Tadeva Vidmahe something Bhava Tadeva Vidmahe. They say Yadvanchana Sri Lalana Charatapo. Sri was the desire of Sri Lakshmi Devi to enter into the Rasa Leela to get the dust of the lotus feet of Krishna, and to that end, to achieve that that extraordinary and rare achievement, to try that and achieve that. She Lalana Charat Tapo, she went to the Tapovan, to the forest, and executed austerities and penances for many lifetimes to try and get that position. And their thinking and their prayer, they're saying, so but she could not yet. But our husband, and they're seeing, this is after Krishna had danced all over the heads of Kaliya, and his heads are very dizzy and nauseous, but also decorated with the padaduli of Krishna. So they're looking at him, and he's and they're saying, but what the goddess of fortune could not achieve, he did. He got that. How extraordinary is that? And Mahaprabhu, in his meeting with Venkatabhatta, we're told during the Chaturmasya time, the 4 months where traditionally sannyasis would not travel due to the rainy season and unfit conditions, he stayed at the house of Venkatabhatta. The uncle Gopal Bhatta Goswami, brother Prabodhananda Saraswati, but Sri Vaishnavas, worshippers of Vishnu. And one day, after so many days of having wonderful Hari Katha, Krishna Katha, Mahaprabhu said to Venkatabhatta, why is it that your Lakshmi Devi wants to have rasa with my Krishna? A little teasing. And Venkatabhatta, there's a famous slogan, what is it? Siddhanta Abhedepi Strees, Shir Sayo. And it says, he said, Siddhantically speaking, Krishna and Narayana, they're the same. So why should there be any doubt or suspicion there? But Krishna is known as Rasaraj. Vishnu has his reputation, and Krishna is known in a particular way. He is known as Rasaraj. So if she wants rasa, then why not go to Krishna? Krishna and Vishnu identical. That was his response. And Mahaprabhu said, that's a good answer. It's in line with the scriptural understanding. Very good answer. But what I don't understand, though, then, is why she wasn't given entrance into the Rasa Leela. What you say makes sense, but then how come she is not given admittance? And furthermore, we told before, these Shrutis, personified Shrutis, the personified Vedas, they were given entrance. The Dandakaranya Rishis were given entrance. But not Lakshmi Devi. At this point, Venkatabhatta, his mind was blew a fuse. It was beyond what he could conceive. He said, this is going beyond logic, reason, rationale, human discussion. It's entering another domain. And Mahaprabhu told him that the goddess of fortune doesn't have the adhikar to participate in those pastimes. That's Rup Damodar tells in the Hera Panchami pastimes. Lakshmi Devi doesn't have the adhikar. It means, eligibility, capacity, qualification. So we can say, the goddess of fortune, the goddess of wealth, can't buy a ticket for the rasa dance with all of that wealth. Why? And he said, because as Lakshmi Devi, she wanted to enter. That's incompatible. He said, whereas the Dandakaranya Rishis, Veda Stuti, personified Vedas, they took on Gopi Bhav and Gopi Deho, the heart and form of gopis, their devotional mood, their heart, and Gopi Bhav and Gopi Deho, the form of gopis, and then they participated there. Whereas the goddess of fortune, as in her Aishwarya Roop, could not enter. But then he says, but don't think ill of Lakshmi Devi. Right? He said, as gopis, she is there. We hear in Brahma Sangita, what does it say about the gopis? Lakshmi sahasrashata sambrahma sevyamanam. Hundreds and thousands and millions of gopis. So, and Gurudev once, just a very simple way, drew this comparison between Narayana Vaikuntha and Krishna of Goloka, saying, Narayana Vaikuntha, one Lakshmi for one Vishnu, one Lakshmi for one Narayan, but Lakshmi sahasrasata sambrahma sevyamano. But hundreds of thousands and millions and billions of Lakshmis for one Krishna. When that Balabhacharya persisted, and he said also, I can give so many explanations of different names of Krishna. And Mahaprabhu said, I only know two. Yashodanandan and Shyamasundar. In fact, I'm incapable of knowing more. What does that mean? He says, Nam Namakari Bahudhan Ijasarvashai. Krishna has unlimited names. Certainly, no. He's saying, no, I only know two. He's talking about the particular quality. And also, the implication is, if you're not focused on quality, then you're going to be searching for quantity. So Rupa Goswami advises, don't initiate many disciples, don't make many temples, and don't read many books. He's told this will be, how do you say, detrimental to the culture of pure devotion. The book that Saraswati Thakur says is perfect in all respects is Sri Chaitanya Charitamritam. Even so much so, he said, if Chaitanya Bhagavat, and sometimes it does, gives a description. These are the men who accompanied Mahaprabhu after he took sannyas. Chaitanya Charitamritam lists another group, saying, we will accept what is said, if we're pressed, we'll accept what is said in Chaitanya Charitamritam as the ultimate authority. So really that is where our focus is. But Chaitanya Charitamritam, Chaitanya Bhagavat, if we're unacquainted with spiritual substance, particularly on nuances of Siddhanta, then we may be polluted by reading anything and everything that has the name of Mahaprabhu or Nityananda Prabhu upon it. So what is our necessity? Okay. Really, our necessity can be addressed by focusing upon the subject matter of Chaitanya Charitamritam. And what we see there, sometimes it sends us to the pages of the Bhagavatam or some other book. But have to be cautious. Same situation with the Bhakti Ratnakar. So now as popular devotee, because of the internet, I think you can read anything and everything. You don't know what is that book originally, what's the qualification of the person translating that. So many things. And then we'll read something and think that it is authoritative. Why? We should be more careful. Or go to India, visit some place, and the devotees will come back. The pujari at the so-and-so place told this story. He was pujari since last week or last month. Who is his guru? What is his connection? He's the pujari of the so-and-so place, and he told this story. Many stories are told that are what we call apocryphal. They're of doubtful authenticity. So without becoming acquainted with Gaudiya Siddhanta, as is given in the pages of Chaitanya Charitamritam and under the guidance of our Guru Varga, we won't be in a position to make a judgment on what's proper, improper, authentic, inauthentic. So you can see we're at a distinct disadvantage. So we're even more reliant upon our Guru Varga. What have they selected for us? Are they telling us, oh, you should run here, you should run there? We see where their main focus is and what they've extracted from here. Even the Bhagavatam, Gurudev and Guru Maharaj, they're not telling everyone they should try and make some exhaustive study on their own of the Srimad Bhagavatam. They've selected from there what is essential for us. one lady got initiated and she said, "What should I do for my morning sadhana?" I said, "Well, what are you doing now?" She said, "Oh, I chant, my daughter and I, we chant the Narayan Kavacha." I said, "Why do you do that?" She said, "Well, we read in the book, it says it's so auspicious and it should be done and everyone should..." But interestingly, even in Prabhupada's lifetime, one of his disciples, leading disciples, reported to him that he was doing that. And Prabhupada said, "Why are you doing this?" He said, "Well, you wrote in your book, one should do this and how important it is and you'll get this." So he read in the purport something that it seemed like Prabhupada was giving a resounding, wholesale, full recommendation to do this. But when he talked to him personally, he told you, "I never told you to do that. I'm not asking you to do that." But he said, "Well, in the book," that's another thing. There are so many things. We'll say, one who hears this, one who does that, one is advised to do this. But that's why we have Guru, Sadhu Shastra Guru Vaishnav. We have the scriptures and then the living scriptures. We should not think that our Guru Varga, that they've given so much for us to focus on in our study, and that they forgot some really important thing they forgot to tell us. And we'll find that. We see sometimes in Goswami literature, when the Brajagopis are pressed to respond in some particular situation, that they have extensive knowledge of the scriptures, Puran, everything, and of Sanskrit language and all of its intricacies. So they're really, we'll say that they're suppressing this sort of knowledge, this aspect of themselves. It only comes out under service necessity. And as we see in Gaura Leela, it's Braja Gopis who take on the position of the Goswamis. And they're writing so many books. Jiva Goswami, the ultimate Sanskrit scholar, Rup Sanatan Raghunath Das. They're writing these incredible books. So many pastimes in perfect Sanskrit. Well, the Goswami, Nana Shastra Vicharanai Kanipano Shaddharma Sangstapako Lokanam Hita. There again, Lokanam Hita. Karino Tribhuvane Manyo Sharanyakaro. They studied all these scriptures and extracted from them for the benefit of everyone. So really our focus should be narrow in this sense. Like Guru said, most exclusive, only that we're narrowing our focus to what is all comprehensive. We need to focus on what's been selected by the Guru Varga as being substantial, become acquainted with that, and not avoiding that. What is the Bengali saying? Gora Dengya Gash Kawe. The horse, what's in front of the horse today is called the trough. So there's the trough full of food, and it says the horse jumps over the trough and runs in search of food. Bengalis are knowing many things. So they're serving nectar to us on a golden plate. And we're going, is there going to be dessert? What's he eating over there? That guy over in the dark, I can't see it. We're our own worst enemies. So it's better, these things are so important, it's better to err on the side of caution. If we look in the pages of the Srimad Bhagavatam, where the pastimes of Nrsingadeva and Prahlad Maharaj appear, what precedes this discussion or description is that the 6th canto has just concluded with the pastime of Vritrashura and Chitraketu. And we heard in the very beginning of the Bhagavatam, what does it say? Indriyari Vyakulam Loke, and the famous Krishnastu Bhagavan Shayam Slok, that he deals with the enemies of Indra. Right. In this case, Vritrashura, it's a very complicated story, but very interesting nonetheless. And it's interesting, it's sometimes used as an identifier for Srimad Bhagavatam, saying, what it is that book that contains the story of Vritrashura. Like why that would be singled out has some mystic implication as well. But this perplexing story caused Parikshit Maharaj to inquire from Sukadeva Goswami, if the Supreme Lord is equal to everyone, like we hear, Sangmoham Sarvabhuteshu, Sangmoham Sarvabhute, he's equal to everyone. It seems like he was favoring Indra in that story you just told. So I don't understand it. Right? It really seems like he was on the side of it, but we're told he's equal to everyone, he's impartial. And we should realize also, this is going to set up the platform for the presentation of Shuddha Bhakti. So it's really a critical point in Srimad Bhagavatam to build up to this. Just heard this fantastic story, this pastime, and now we're going to hear something even more extraordinary. And that's the nature of Srimad Bhagavatam. Nitya Navana Vayamana. What you hear is newer and fresher and more extraordinary. Who is Urukramangring, whose wonderful stride, what will be his next wonderful stride? Always a surprise. One step, the two step, where's the third step? Surprise. Right? Urukrama means he of wonderful stride, or he of wonderful movement. Always, systematically, thematically, Guru Maharaj is telling me, reality must be dancing. What kind of strides are those for him of wonderful stride? Here in Brahma Sangita, that world will all gesture, all movement is dance, all speech is song. Right? Uttama Shloka Leelaya. One of Krishna's names, Uttama Shloka. You know, why so many slokas? His name is Uttama Shloka. He likes the slokas. We like them too. They're the encryption of the glorification of Krishna, and just reality is streaming from them real time. So anyway, Parikshit Maharaj is saying, so can you, if there was some doubt in someone's mind as to Krishna's impartiality, could you relieve that doubt? Because here, he's equal to everyone, but, he's also Bhakta Vatsala. He naturally favors the devotees. That's a given. So, Sukadeva Goswami responds by saying, well, these so-called enemies, what happens to them? they become liberated. As we heard earlier, Ho Bakiyam Stanakalakutam Jigam Sayapaya Dapyasadvi Lebhe Gatim Datri Uchitam Tatonyam Kamba Dayalum Sharanam Brajema. I say earlier because even though that will come later in the 10th canto, was dealt with earlier in the 3rd canto. Of Vidura, Maitreya, Uddhava. An ecstatic rapture saying, Putana approached him with murderous intentions, and she was liberated, given the position of mother, type of mother. So he said, if this is how he treats his enemies, this is the point being made. The enemies are liberated. What generosity! Kamva doyalum, doyal, doyalum sharanam brajema. If he liberates his enemies, then we can conceive how he reciprocates servitorship or friendship or familial affection, like that. In Bhagavad Gita, it says, among the Daityas, means the demons. Among the demons, when Krishna's, the Vibhuti chapter, the different, of this I'm that, of this I'm that. It says, of the Daityas, the demons, I'm the devoted Prahlad. So, we hear at one point that Hiranyakashipu's wife, Kayadu, is pregnant with Prahlad, but it's unknown to the gods that it's Prahlad Maharaj. They kidnap her and want to engage in infanticide, have the baby born, and then kill, thinking he'll be a great demon, the son of Hiranyakashipu. Nard Muni comes and says, no, actually, this is a great devotee. How great? We also hear in the Bhagavatam. Swayambhur, Shambhu, Manu, Kapila, Narada, Prahlada, Bhishma, Janaka. He's listed as one of the 12 Mahajans. Right? The great Dharmasya Tattvam Nihitam Gahaya Mahajano Yena Kata Sapanta. The great devotees who are delivering real, substantial religion. So Prahlad is born, and parallel to that, Shishupal, who when he's a toddler, he's blaspheming Krishna. So when Prahlad went to school, you know, the Sanskrit alphabet begins with Ka. That is the first letter. Kaka, Jajana, Papa, Baba, Ma, etc. Like we have ABCs. I don't know what they have in Russian, but in English they have ABCs. Here, Ka. When he'd say Ka, his body would start trembling. He'd be, because it made him think of Krishna. Even hearing the alphabet, Prahlad Maharaj is so exalted in consciousness that he thought of Krishna and he would go into an ecstatic swoon in front of his classmates, right? Whom he told when he would preach to them, Komara acharet pragyo dharmam bhagavataniha. When should you take up Krishna consciousness? Sometimes in India they say, well, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. First you do Dharma up to the age of 25, then Artha, 25, and Kama up to 50, then retirement, and then maybe when you're in your mid-50s, late 60s, Moksha. Somehow that part never happens. 50, 60s, 70s, it's going far and far. That's not what Prahlad Maharaj says. Prahlad Maharaj says, Komara achare pragyo dharma, dharmam bhagavataniha. You should take up Krishna consciousness as soon as possible, preferably in childhood, when you're a child. That's when you should start culturing Bhagavat Dharma, Krishna consciousness. Bhaktya sanjatya bhaktya. You can only get devotion from someone who has it. So Prahlad Maharaj responded by saying, Matirna Krishna paratak svatoba mitopi padyeta grihavratanam adanta gobir bisatam tamisram punat punat charvita charvananam. Matirna Krishna paratak svatoba. You can't get Krishna consciousness. This, what I have, you can't get this on your own. Right? It was Guru Maharaj said, you have to connect with the power supply, right? Right? The source. And so, and not only can you not get it yourself by your own endeavors, even if you combine with others, you still won't get it. You won't get it as a group endeavor. You won't get it through democracy. It's not ascending pluralistic democracy, but descending exclusive theocracy. Griha Vrat. Those who have vowed, pledged allegiance to the mundane. Adanta gobi bisatam dharamisram. And those whose freedom, idea of freedom is for the senses, not from the senses, they're entering into deeper and deeper levels of darkness. Punak punak charvita charvananam. Doing what? Simply chewing the chewed over and over again. Whatever little bit of apparent taste may have been there in the beginning has vanished long ago. And he says, Natevidu sartakatim Vishnu durasaye bahirartamanina. They're thinking that what the heart wants, how to find fulfillment, love, affection, that you'll find in the superficial, the external aspect of a thing, not realizing that it's internal culture. So artakatim Vishnu durasaye bahirartamanina anda yatandar upaniyamana tipisratantam urudamni baddha. He said, so it's like, what is this world? It's the blind leading the blind. What Sukadev tells in the beginning of the Bhagavatam, apashyatam atma tattvam, those who cannot see the self, the soul. Right? Right? For what Guru Maharaj said, Socrates had to die for. Right? Talking about the existence of, who can have no ability to self-see, to see the self. It's like the blind leading the blind. What will be the end result? And so, nice. And what is the solution? Naishamatish tavara rukramangrim sparshatyanartha pagamo yadartha mahiyasham parirajobhishekam niskinchananam navrinita yavat. Prahlad says, you have to be bathed in the dust of the lotus feet of a devotee. Right? Mahi parirajobhishekam. An abhishek of Pararaja. Right? Then you can have this. He's trying to think, where did he get that? Then we hear, when Kayadu was taken to the ashram of Narada, that there, even though Prahlad was in the womb, in Utaro, he's hearing all the instructions of Narad Muni. Prahlad Maharaj survives the attacks of Hiranyakashipu, and this leads Hiranyakashipu to wonder about the extraordinary power of Prahlad Maharaj, and to inquire from him. Prahlad, where did you get this power? And Prahlad's answer is, from the original source of all power. Where did you get your power? Right? Where you're getting your power, I'm getting mine. It's like the Dylan Thomas line about, does not, what is it? That force that drives the fuse and the green flower drive me. So that's a Brahman type description, but he's taking it deeper. And really, it's the same source. Where you get your power, it's where I get my power. And Hiranyakashipu, he is saying, oh, this God of yours, where is he located? Prahlad Maharaj, he's everywhere. When one of Guru Maharaj's relatives saw him becoming we're talking about relative obstruction, one of his uncles saw he's too much inclined towards Krishna consciousness and renunciation. He thought to put a damper on his theistic sentiments, and he said, do you know there are some stars, we are from science, they're so far away, their light has yet to reach the earth. So if there is a God, we're so insignificant. Do you think he has any time for people like us? And Guru Maharaj's response to him was to recall the Upanishads, Ishopanishad, Tadejati, Tadnaijati, Tadure, Tarantike, Tarantarasya Sarvasya, Tadu Sarvasyasya Bahyataha. He's saying, yes, he's very far away, but it says he's also nearest and dearest. Is there anywhere where God is not? Andantarastam paramanu chayantarastam. So his uncle was frustrated. Whereas Guru Maharaj would sometimes say these arguments, how do they end? That man was silenced. He said, is there anywhere God is not? Whereas Bengalis tell Prabhupada, Swamiji, why we must go to the temple to worship? God is everywhere. Prabhupada said, so he's not in the temple? He's everywhere except the temple. That's interesting. God is everywhere, but not the temple. It's one of Srila Guru Maharaj's themes. We say subjective, objective, or form versus substance is what it's really about. Form versus substance. Form in contrast to substance. So, interestingly, just as some backstory, when we were publishing books for Guardian of Devotion Press, I thought at the time, with folded palms and a bowed head, that we should think of a way that would make the contents most accessible to the audience, or those who might read the books, beyond our devotees. For our devotees also, but thinking beyond them. So we'll give some attention to the form. Because Srila Guru Maharaj is known for this form versus substance theme, and always siding on the side of substance over form. But we have to listen carefully to everything he says. And he will qualify that by saying, if there's a clash, a conflict between form and substance, we side with substance. So, anyway, we made these books and we tried to make them, the form of the books as nice as possible and stylistically and other considerations. So then later, some of the devotees in India at the Math, they got some inspiration, and they wanted to start publishing. And then some consideration came about whether they should spend money to buy new fonts, or this is all pre-internet, pre-digital. So someone, thinking that they would curry the favor of Srila Guru Maharaj, they argue that the form is not so important. It's the substance of the book, that's what matters. How they're presented formally, we're not so much concerned with that. And they thought that Guru Maharaj would say, oh yes, he has the right understanding. And, but Guru Maharaj, ever one to surprise, not to be stereotyped, he disagreed. And he said, with his use of analogy and example, which he's noted for, he said, our goal is Vrindavan. Right? We say Radhika, Madhavasham, ostensibly that's the goal of all Gaudiya Vaishnavas. Is the highest aspect of the Vaikuntha world. Right? The Adhokshaja world, lower hemisphere Vaikuntha, the upper hemisphere, the highest Goloka, Vrindavan. Subjective world to the super subjective world, it was the lower hemisphere Vaikuntha, to the super subjective world. That's the Aprakrita Lila of Krishna. Srila Guru Maharaj said, in Vrindavan, form and substance are one. They're identical. That's why we say the trees, the plants, the flowers, everything, they're all Chinmoy. Vaikunter Pritivyadi Sakala Chinmoy. Everything in the spiritual world. Its form is an expression of its dedicating tendency. That world, and which is the world of our aspiration, is the forms are the outcome of dedicating tendencies. Right? So their form and substance are one. But here, in this plane, Srila Guru Maharaj is telling us that if there's in sync the formal aspect of something and the substantial, here subjective, the inner aspect of it, if they're congruous, if they're one, then everything's okay. But in the event that they are in contradiction, then we put our emphasis toward the subjective aspect. Here, the body is the biological expression of the soul's delusion. That's why there's Jalaja Navalakani Stavra Lakavinshati. Right? Padma Purana saying 8,400,000 species. Don't trip out on the numbers. Right? If you take 3 colors, RGB, or red, yellow, blue, whichever 3 you want to deal with, and start combining them, you get how many variations? Millions. So taking these 3, Tama, Raja, Sattva, millions of variations. That's what they're telling you. The body's the biological expression of the soul's delusion. It's the outcome of exploiting tendency. Ahankar, bhumir, apo, analo, bayu, kamano, buddhir, evacha. Ahankara, itiyame, bina, prakriti, rastadha. Bhagavad Gita. Saying these elements, these mundane elements, form a body that's the gross body that is built upon a subtle body, which is based upon ego. So it's all And what is that ego tendency? Kartaham iti manyate. Another Gita sloka, what does it say? Prakriti karanam gunasango asya sadasajjoni janmaso prakrite kriyamanani gunai karmani savasyaha ahankara vimudatma kartaham iti manyate. Saying again, ahankar, ego, the ego of exploitation, exploiting tendency, hridrogam, the heart infused with consumer tendency, expressing that, the exploiting tendency, bodies generated from there. But there's another world, right? What is it? Paras tasmat tabhavanyo jiva bhuta sanatana. But beyond this world, there's another world where the body is based upon dedicating tendency. So Guru Maharaj said, in that plane, form and substance are one. And I was just remembering when I first went to the temple, the Sri Sri Radha Krishna temple in Haight-Ashbury in 1969, December of 69, the devotees, and I say this with affection, Trivikram Maharaj, he gets some joy when I say, he said, what was it like? And I said, I thought they were like delightful lunatics, the group. But I remember they would always tell me this. They'd like point to the sky. You see that sky? And I go, yeah. They say, beyond that sky, there's another sky called the spiritual sky, full of planets. And I'm like, wow, man, far out. But they're quoting Bhagavad Gita. Parat tasmat tabhavanyo jiva bhuta sanat. Beyond the sky, Krishna is saying, there's another sky. So that world, and which is the world of our aspiration, in the lives of servitors, we have to also deal with our past, or what's sometimes called prarabdha karma. The karma that you're stuck with in this life, that you generated. We generated this particular body, right, in karmic circumstances, before coming in connection with Krishna consciousness. So it has so much karmic destiny in play. Right? Then someone comes in connection with Krishna consciousness. Right? Rupa Goswami says in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Kleshagni Subhadam Moksha Lagutakrit Sandrananda Visheshatma Sri Krishna Karshini Chasa. He's outlining what is Krishna Bhakti substantially, and what is the outcome, or what are symptoms, what are side effects, what is the outcome. Everything is being taken into consideration, beginning with Klesh Agni, saying the suffering, the conventional suffering that's associated with being embodied, prarabdha karma, your accumulated karma in this life, he says, it will put an end to that. Right? Now, people will think, well, but we see, devotees are suffering in different ways. It's not like you come in connection with Krishna consciousness and then you never get the flu again. When Gurudev was riding on the train, he would go from Navadip to Calcutta in service to Srila Guru Maharaj when he was Gorindu Brahmachari. And just like people in the modern times, they might say to us, oh, the Hare Krishna. There was a Hare Krishna on the train. These are Bengalis. And so at that time, they called them, Gaurangas. So they're like, hey, Gauranga, we're going to talk to the Gauranga. And they're talking to Gurudev at the time, he's Gorindu Brahmachari, and they're saying, if the devotees, they're supposed to be liberated. How come we see that they get sick? And really, they should be free from any sort of disease and just always be healthy. Why should they be in an unhealthy, a disease condition or any such thing? And Gurudev answered by saying, he said, no, just the opposite. He said, because the devotees, they are escaping Maya. They're on their way out of the material world. So they should be attacked with many varieties of things. Guru Maharaj will sometimes say also that Banshidas Babaji Maharaj, who was revered by Srila Saraswati Thakur as being a substantial devotee, a Ragamarg Bhakta. And what do we hear about him? That he's not showing so much the external trimmings, trappings of a Vaishnava. In fact, we hear he's scattering fish scales on the outside of his ashram so that people will think he's bogus. Sometimes they see him smoking. He's offering tea to Gaur and Nityananda. So many people think, this guy's totally bogus. We're not going to go near him. And he's bad association, even. But he is verified by Saraswati Thakur as being a substantial Ragamarg Bhakta in Vatsalya Rasa. And he told his disciples, if by going to see him and his way of dress, his ashram, these activities, it will cause you to think of him offensively, then you'll be committing an offense towards a great Vaishnava, and that'll be very detrimental to your spiritual progress. So better that you don't go. But again, it was something that was qualified. In the case of Srila Guru Maharaj, he could go, observe him, and keep his faith intact. And he said sometimes Banshidas Babaji Maharaj would be seen, he would chastise, he'd be half into the spiritual world and half conscious in this world, and he would say, because everyone, they're sort of observing him, and Banshidas Babaji Maharaj would say, Rupa Manjari is moving in the plane of service and she has some necessity, and you're all just sitting here doing nothing. He would say things like that. Another time, Gurudev said he saw in the inner world, Gaur and Nityananda Prabhu was climbing some tree, and Banshidas said, Nitai, be careful, Nitai, be careful. And he became so concerned for the welfare of Nityananda Prabhu, he also climbed the tree, and then he fell out of the tree on the ground, broke his back. So in this world, he broke his back. In the spiritual world, he is and that's meaningless to him. Right? He broke his back. It does not bother him. It's not impeding his devotional flow. The Srimad Bhagavatam tells also of the perhaps in the 3rd canto, it says that as a drunkard, the caricature of a drunkard, the stereotype as a drunkard, if an actor or comedian wants to play a drunkard, they put their coat half on, half off, and they adopt a particular behavior. So the clothes are half on, half off. So it says in the Bhagavatam, for a liberated soul, the body, which we hear in the Gita, Vasamsi Janani Yata Vihaya, is like dress. So whether their body is on or off, half on, half off, they're unaware of that. Those who are intoxicated with Krishna Prem, the beauty, charm, and sweetness of Krishna, the Nama, Rupa, Guna, Leela of Krishna, they're unaware. As Bhaktivinoda Thakur, sometimes in his final days, totally naked in his house, and if someone came to see him, his attendant Krishna Das would take some cloth like this, sit him in a chair, and then put the cloth on him, and then bring the people in, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur, they would ask him some question, like, can you say something about Krishna Nam? And Bhaktivinoda, half lost in the upper world, say, Krishna Nam, and fall on the floor fainting. So Bhankshinath Babaji Maharaj, like that, in his final days, when his body was riddled with disease, Guru Maharaj said he would sometimes say to the people, look, this is your Vaishnava. Right? Look at your Vaishnava. Do you think I'm a Vaishnava? Look at how I'm suffering. To sort of, you can say, test their faith about, form versus substance. What's going on the inside. In that sloka of the Braja Gopis from the Gopi Gita, they tell Krishna, Tava katam ritam tapta jivanam, kavibir iditam kalmasha apnaham, sravana mangalam srimad-atatam bhuvi grananti te burida jana. Like Rupa Goswami said, an end of suffering. Now we understand what suffering is. Suffering is on account of forgetfulness of Krishna. That is the root cause of all suffering. Bhayam ditya binibeshi tatshat ishad tasya viparyayo smriti. And that's why we experience anxiety, kunta. The boy kunta, the world that's free from that anxiety, is the world where one is lost in remembrance of Krishna. Right? So the Braja Gopis say, we want to hear, they not only want to hear talks about Krishna, but really where that appears in the Srimad Bhagavatam, they actually would like to speak to Krishna personally and hear something from him. When they say, Tava katam, hearing about you, it's a little, in one sense, it's a little bit of understatement. They're searching for Krishna and they would like to hear something from him. And they're saying, hearing about you and from you and hearing your voice, that puts an end to all suffering. They're also suffering, but their suffering is of a different type. Right? They're suffering the fire of separation. Baihe Vishajalahoy Bitore Anandamoy Krishna Premier Adbhuta Charit. Mentioned in the Chaitanya Charitamritam that the Adbhuta Charit, the wonderful quality, characteristic of Krishna Prem, is externally, it's like one has been poisoned. They're suffering to the extreme. Like these Braja Gopis mentioned, Krishna, in one of his pastimes, he swallowed the forest fire. He did it twice. But it's pointed out by Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur, he says, actually though, the fire of separation burning in their hearts is millions of times more intense than any type of fire in this world. That sort of fire is burning inside of them. So they're appealing to, they're saying, coming in connection with you is supposed to put an end to suffering. But we're so externally oriented. We're thinking about conventional suffering. They're so far beyond that. Their suffering is, virha, bhav, the fire of separation. That's causing pain in their hearts. So it says, yes, although externally it appears that the devotee is suffering, internally they're relishing ecstatic joy. Bitore, right, what does it say? Bahye means externally. Bishajala, Bishajwala, like they're on fire, like they've been poisoned. Bitore anandamoy, anandamoy, internally they're in an ecstatic condition. We have a knee-jerk reaction being raised in the Krishna consciousness movement whenever we hear about oneness. So once Guru Maharaj was explaining a type of sannyas name, and it had the word aloka and the word paramadvaiti. So Guru Maharaj said, what does this mean? Parama and Advaita. He said, it seems to be saying, in the light, the most illuminating concept is oneness. The highest concept is oneness. And Guru Maharaj is saying, yes, the highest conception is oneness. And everyone were like, we heard Prabhupada rail against this type of talk so many times. So what could, and Srila Guru Maharaj being the leading authority on Gaudiya Siddhanta, and that's why he's given the name Sridhar, Bhakti Rakak, the guardian of devotion, and Sridhar, one of the implications of the name Sridhar, his Sridhar Shami, his opinion is above all others. And he's saying, oneness is the highest conception. But then this is how Guru Maharaj starts extracting. Just like Braja Gopis extract from slokas, from dialogue with Krishna, so many, they take the meaning to the highest aspect of the subjective plane. Because you say subjective, Guru Maharaj uses another word, super subjective, and then he has another word, super subjective. But anyway, so Guru Maharaj explained in this way, he said, what is that oneness that is the highest conception? He said, it's ekat manavapi bhuvi pura bedham deho bedham gatoto chaitanyakyam prakatam advayam Radha Bhavadyuti Subalita Nomi Krishna Srupam Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritir Hladini Shaktir Asmad. So he's saying, when Krishna and Radharani come together, right, as Mahaprabhu, in the light of the conception of that oneness, that devotional mode, Radha Bhava duty, it's that light. That light which is illuminating everything. That's the highest conception of oneness. The union of Radha and Krishna, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahe Anya, and the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now, in the case of Sukadeva Goswami, according to Srila Guru Maharaj, he's been selected to be the loudspeaker to broadcast the Krishna conception and the pastimes of Krishna, particularly with Radharani and Braja Gopis, because he's ostensibly not a devotee. He says in the beginning to Parikshit Maharaj, when they meet, when all the sages who've assembled from all over the universe offer him the presidential seat, he says, Parinishthitopi Nayargunye Uttama Sloka Lilaya. So he says, Parinishtita, the Nirguna. Everyone knows he's legendary. It's the legendary Sukadeva Goswami, liberated in the womb of his mother. He said, I started out in the Nirguna plane. Because up to that point, everyone else who it says, Burini, Buri Karmani, Shrotavyani, Vibhagasaha, everyone was giving different advice to Parikshit Maharaj. Some were saying, you should do yoga. Others saying, penance, meditate. Everyone was giving some different advice. And Guru Maharaj said, why? Because they were sincerely advising him in terms of what was helpful to them. So they're saying, this is what worked for me in becoming free from mundane attachment. So they're recommending that. Parikshit Maharaj's response was to say, I have 7 days. I have very short time. So I want you to all get together and form a consensus and then present your unanimous verdict to me. After you meet as a group and discuss all the possible different types of spiritual advice, put it together and give me the unanimous verdict of all you. That's when Sukadeva arrived. And then they saw, well, how perfect is this? The person who's really qualified to answer that has arrived. And then what does Sukadeva say by way of introduction? Yes, as you all know, I was in the Nirguna plane. I didn't have to engage in some sort of practice to overcome my mundane tendencies because I didn't have any. That's why he's selected. But he's not yet a devotee. So he's saying, and that, you understand, through one person, they just clean the whole slate. He's saying, I have no mundane tendencies. So then we're thinking, well, let's hear what he has to say then. And that's when he says, Uttama sloka lilaya, grihita cheta rajarse akyanam yadaditavan. Then I heard the Uttama sloka, these incredibly beautiful, wonderful songs about Krishna. And my mind, heart, consciousness was carried away to another domain that I didn't know existed previously. So that means he was in the Nirguna plane on the outskirts, and he went higher into that super, super subjective world. He had a glimpse of that. And he's saying, and that captured me, heart and soul, captured my consciousness. But Guru Maharaj, when I asked him a question once, I said, why does it say in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, at the end of a chapter on neutral love of God, Shantarasa, it says, Bilva Mangal Thakur and Sukadeva Goswami are, the two best examples. He's giving all this, the Madhura Rasa pastimes of Krishna, and here it's saying he's given an example of, Shantarasa. It seemed to be ontologically perplexing. And Guru Maharaj said, yes, he was used as a vehicle, an instrument to broadcast these things. And after they were broadcast, he said he went back to his group. So he was used for some time to broadcast something that was in a sense like the Hung Veti, Sukhaveti, Vyasaveti, Naveti Vasloka. Because I said here to Guru Maharaj, and we laughed, because I said, here it says, Siva says, I know the meaning, Sukadev knows, and Vyas knows. And I said, Maharaj, now you're saying Sukadev doesn't know. And he laughed, and he said, he said, to a certain point. He said, and then he took it even further. He said, Shiva, who's Ahang Vedmi, he's saying, he knows to a certain extent. These are things that he said. So he's saying he was used instrumentally to broadcast these things. When that was finished, then he, like someone will get inspired and express something, then when that is finished, they're back in their former position. People have the idea, just as they do now, that mukti or liberation means become free from the body and all the suffering that's attributed to being embodied, and then merging into some sort of impersonal existence. So Srila Prabhupada in his Bhagavatam commentary in the first sloka of the Srimad Bhagavatam says that Mayavadis indirectly give impetus for mundane sexual affairs because they deny the possibility of the erotic principle being present in the spiritual domain, which is the heart of the matter of Krishna Leela. Right? It goes through 10 cantos to bring you to this point of understanding that the erotic principle in unalloyed devotion, as put by Professor Sanyal under the auspices of Saraswati Thakur. Obviously, it's something that has to be discussed in a very cautious and delicate way. But that's at the root of the matter. And so it means sensuous capacity and engagement. So again, that's Sukadev, who's the loudspeaker for the Bhagavatam. Why every event there is, just like in this world, they say, like in a short story, you can't have any information in there that isn't critical to the story. Well, this is not such a short story, but everything there is critical. So earlier we hear what seems to, in one sense, to just be some story. It's interesting. It's an anecdotal story. It has of peripheral interest that when Vyasa is running after Sukadev, the Dibya Devis are bathing, and they're naked. When Sukadev goes by, they make eye contact and they don't bother to cover themselves. And then when Veda Vyas comes, the great Veda Vyas, they cover themselves out of, shyness and shame. And Vyas, observing this, says, I don't understand why. And they're saying, well, that boy, we could see in his eyes, there's nothing mundane there. Just like a little child, that type of innocence. He doesn't see a naked woman, the form of a naked woman. So there was no necessity we see, and you, Veda Vyas, you talking to me? I'm Veda Vyas, you talking to me? Yeah. And you're, don't mind it, but we're covering. So we think, it's an interesting story. No, but it sets up later. So when Sukadev comes, he's that Sukadev who has that, just like little children, they don't see that it's naked woman or any such thing. That Sukadev says, so we've already established, he's in the Nirguna plane above Tama, Raja, and Sattva Gun, has no interest even remotely, not even, trace amounts of exploiting tendency in him toward women or sexuality. And he's saying, I heard these pastimes of Krishna with Radharani and the Braja Gopis, and I was captured heart and soul and carried away to another world that I couldn't even conceive existed previously. That's why it comes from him. That certifies that then it cannot be the mundane affairs of men and women in this world. And then when I say, you mean then there's erotic potential in the spiritual existence with the supreme entity? That is a mind-blowing conclusion. But that's what's being suggested in the most cautious, careful way. Well, Guru Maharaj put it in his sloka. Yadamyam mahima sri bhagavatam katayam prati padam anubhutam apya labdavideya tad akila rasa murti shamalila avalambam Sri Radha Pada Padmam Prapadye. Right? So he's saying, the Bhagavatam, whatever you may see there, will, as we told on the Nrsingadev with a little summary, what we heard in the first canto, second canto, so many avatars, incarnations, right? Sukadev to Pariksit Maharaj, these great, the sages of Siddhaloka having discussions, Kapila to Devahuti in the third canto, Puranjan in the fourth canto, the four Kumaras, the fifth canto, the hellish planet, all of these different things are described, the prayer, Rishabdev's instructions to his son, Ajamil in the sixth canto, right? Chitraketu, and that pastime, seventh canto, Prahlad, eighth canto, Vamandev, Mohini Murti, ninth canto, Ram Leela, Ambarish, everything. Right? What does Guru Maharaj say in his sloka? Pratipadam anubhatam apya labdavideya. At every step of the way, every chapter, every pastime, it's meant to take you to one place. What is that? Sri Radha Padapadmam Prabhade, to surrender yourself to the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani and engage in Radha Dasyam, to serve her holy lotus feet. That's the purpose of all of this, of every story, of every talk, of every indication in the book. That's pretty extraordinary. That's what is the purpose of Nam Sankirtan, of everything. Why you have senses. Pariksit Maharaj, remember, his mother is Uttara. And in the beginning of the Bhagavatam, she's running, to Krishna. Mahayogi, whatever it is. She's, the Pandavas are there with Krishna, the war's finished, and Uttara comes running. And everyone's shocked. And what's happening? There's a Brahmastra is chasing her. And she's pregnant with Pariksit Maharaj. Krishna saves him. He enters into the womb of Uttara. The Brahmastra comes. Pariksit, we're told, he has some glimpse of the Lord at that time. So Pariksit means one who examines, pariksha. So he's always examining everyone and everything. He's always remembering that glimpse. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, like we saw lightning earlier night, when the lightning comes, and just for a moment, everything's illumined, and you see, and then vanishes. So Krishna's appearance has been described like that in different ways. Anyway, that's part of the backstory, driving Pariksit Maharaj in life, why he's such a astute observer and examiner. So that Pariksit Maharaj, who after all the years from Sukadev Goswami, we're told at the end, now Sukadev, as Guru Maharaj said, he's going back where he was before, wanders off. All the sages are leaving. And Tarkshaka, the snake, so-called snake bird, who's supposed to kill Pariksit Maharaj, he sees these sages are leaving, and he also sees, there's Jaimini, he sees different ones, and he sees, I forget whether it's Agastya or who, but who can counteract the poison, the snake venom. So he takes the form of a Brahmin, and it's just like India. Maharaj, I want to give one gift to you, and he's giving them nice things, like Sagar Maharaj is pointing out in Garga Sangita. Some of these sages, you're saying up in the mountains, being really away from the world. They'd never seen sugar before. They thought it was sand. They're going, this sand is incredible. Did you try the sand? like, So he's giving gold, all kinds of things. Maharaj, you take, I saw you in the Bhagavatam, and they're going, this is my situation, He gives them gifts and gets them away from there. Now that everybody's gone, except Jaimini Rishi is hiding in the bushes, there's always one really smart person hiding in the bushes. It's just the truth. So he's hiding in the bushes. Then the Tarkshaka, the snake bird, he comes in the form of a Brahmin. Maharaj, Parikshit Maharaj, I give my Dandavat Pranam. He said, just Dandavat, And he bows down, and then his teeth come out, like the vampire type. The teeth come out, and he bites him on the lotus foot. But this is how the Bhagavatam. Someone say, oh, I heard another. Yeah, there are other versions in other Puranas and other places. And Guru Maharaj says it's like hypnotism. As the hypnotist compels one to see, that you will see. This is the description in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So then, but before that, just think, those sages, they left, he placated them, and then he comes. How much time could that be? From them going to him coming, giving his dandavat and biting the lotus feet of Parikshit Maharaj and infusing venom, injecting venom, and his body explodes in flames. But before that time, just that time, we hear in the Brihad Bhagavatamritam that Jaimini Rishi, who was hiding in the bushes, said, before that happened, he's telling Janamejoy, the son of Parikshit Maharaj, that, your grandmother, Uttara, like she came running in the beginning of the Bhagavatam, she came running again to Parikshit Maharaj and said, son, you just heard all this nectar from Sukadev. Can you share some, with your dear mother? So then Parikshit Maharaj says, I'm glad that you came because one by one I was turning off my senses. Like we go around, and you turn off the water, turn off the light, turn off the fan, close the window. So he said, I was just going to shut down all my senses. Because by the time Tarkshaka gets there, what's left is really a body. He's maintaining it, but he's completely, at that point, disconnected from his body. So he's biting, the body bursts in flames. But Parikshit Maharaj, he's extraordinary. But so then, Uttara sits there, and then we hear, and it was also indicated earlier in the Bhagavatam, and Sanatana Goswami reveals that, in this one sloka, mystic sloka, where all these great divine ladies are mentioned, and her name is there, but there's another name there that can indicate her, so that means that her name, in a sense, is indicated twice, which is a way of, in a subtle, mystical, encrypted way, saying she has some extraordinary qualities and capacity as an intended recipient of Madhura Rasa. So she's the one who says to, Parikshit Maharaj speaks the whole Brihad Bhagavatamritam to. That was overheard. Jaimini Rishi's in the bushes. He's telling Janamejoy what Parikshit Maharaj told your grandmother. And it's Uttara who says, after the first part, she says, now that you've told me so much about the spiritual world and all these gradations of planetary systems and everything, from gross to subtle and then into the divine world, of what I hear of the Vaikuntha worlds and of what I hear of Radharani and the Braja Gopis and Nanda and Yasoda and Sridham and so the type of love they have for Krishna, I just feel in my heart there must be some other place where they live to accommodate them. Because although the Vaikuntha world is so beautiful and extraordinary, and what I've heard you describe and what we hear in the scriptures and what the great sages say, but when I hear about them and the kind of love and affection they have for Krishna, I'm just convinced. I don't know some shastra to quote or something, but in my heart, it's telling me that there's another world that they live in. And I would like you to tell me about that. And then that's why the second half is the Goloka Mahatmya, where Goloka, the first is different. Anyway, we can't go into all of that. But so we can understand she's extraordinary, Parikshit Maharaj is extraordinary, the expansion and contraction of time and space between the time Tarkshaka placated the sages and goes to bite the lotus feet of Parikshit Maharaj. Uttara came running in and he spoke the whole Brihad Bhagavatamritam to her. So if that's possible, what is not possible, and those divine personalities who are selected, cast to play these parts, how extraordinary they must be. And, it's far beyond the judgment of a fallen soul like myself. But we can understand they're extraordinary. Hare Krishna. There's one Spanish mystic named Miguel de Unamuno. He once said about science that to study something, it has to kill it. It kills something, and then it starts studying it and making so many conclusions based upon discovery. But what is obvious is that the most essential aspect of what was animating, illuminating that form is no longer there. So you're studying a dead body in a laboratory. So often, Srila Guru Maharaj, when he would be fielding different questions, we're asking so many questions, the group of devotees, sometimes he would caution us by saying, we're not studying a dead body in a laboratory, but we're studying something that is living and growing and developing. We hear in the early part of the Gita, second chapter, in Atmagyan, the famous sloka, Dehinosmin yata dehe komaram yovanam jara, tata dehantara prapti dhiras tatra namuhyati. I find it interesting. Krishna is giving a very simple example. Right? He's Krishna. If he wanted to give some very complicated, sophisticated example, he can do that. He's Krishna. By his expansion as Paramama, he's situated in the heart of every living being. So we could make a case that if he's going to give an example, it's a good one, right? Sometimes we think, well, what should you say to people in the beginning to try and give them the right idea or the right concept? Well, let's ask Krishna. What would you say? He said, well, I've said in Bhagavad Gita, Dehinosmen yata dehe komaram yovanam jara. It's one of the examples he gives there, talking about these different stages of development of the body. But what is constant throughout, the atomic constant, is the soul. They're saying, whether in the embryo, in the a little baby, a toddler, a child, a teenager, a young adult, all these different bodies per se are there. But what is constant? Here, what is the atomic constant? Atma, Jivatma. And then he says, Tata dehantra prapti dhiras tatra namuyati. After one, and when the soul gives up this body, he'll acquire another one that will be based upon the kind of culture of the last one. Vasamsi janani yata vihaya navani granati parom. Krishna, another example in Gita, says he compares the body to a garment. Like I noticed on my shirt today, like threads coming undone. And then I thought, oh, I've had this shirt for a couple of years now. Then a button will fall off, something. It's like that. As you get older, buttons start falling off, threads start coming undone. That it is a question of faith. Because there are so many books available in the marketplace, say, documenting reincarnation. 100 stories that verify, and someone says, I remember in my former life, or someone woke up in England and suddenly they're speaking perfect French, and many different types of stories are there. But Guru Maharaj, he told this, he said, it's a question of faith. He said, if someone has faith, then hearing a simple example, like Krishna is giving in Bhagavad Gita, the Dehinosman sloka, Vasamsi Janani Yatavihaya, and the other slokas there, they'll accept this. They'll find it enlightening, illuminating. And he said, whereas if they don't have faith, you can present a mountain of evidence and they won't believe it. It won't be enough for them. But if they have faith, you have a simple example, like Krishna giving, hearing that, there'll be it will register sympathetically in the heart. We begin with a general idea of what the self is, what the soul is. That's also in Bhagavad Gita. Krishna showing in a hop, skip, and a jump to go from the mundane world into the beginning of the spiritual world. Indriyani paranyahur indriyebhya param manaha. You have senses. You can see, hear, taste, touch, smell, and feel. He's saying this ability to perform these varieties of sensual activities, saying demonstrates that the senses are superior to the objects of the senses. So the sense which can smell is superior to the object that's being smelled. What can see, etc. Manasastu parabu, and then he's saying, Indriyani pranahur indriyebhya param manaha. But superior to the senses is the mind. Why? Because it's the mind that endows us with sensual capacity. Like there's the common saying, or that are synonymous. Losing your mind and have you lost your senses? Have you lost your mind? Have you lost your senses? Same thing, because the mind is the seat of sense experience. So, like when we're anesthetized, right, we're not feeling. Right? Right. So when we're put into a state of unconsciousness, we don't mind. I remember once having an operation in the hospital, and they gave me different types of drugs, and the drugs are just starting to take their effect, and they talk to you for a while to see how you're doing. And I was a young devotee at the time, so I thought I have to preach at every opportunity. So I'm preaching to them, and they're wheeling me into the room. Oh yeah, and then it reached the point where I couldn't tell, are they asking me questions, or it's just some people in my mind who are asking me questions, or nobody, am I actually speaking or not? It was getting heavier and heavier and heavier until the next thing I heard was the doctor going, they're all looking over. It's local anesthesia. The doctor going, hammer, chisel. And I'm going, hammer, chisel. And he put that on my head. He's going, but at the time, I have a big smile on my hammer, chisel, hammer away. The last time I went to the hospital was in Marin County, which is kind of like this California wonderland. And it's like going to a 4-star hotel, and they treat you very nice. It seems like you're the only person in the hospital. You don't even see other people and they wheeled me into the room, and then they started giving me that anesthesia. But this is it's like very nice aroma, this is like new age anesthesia. Really like sweet, tasty, smelling really nice, like as good or as the best flowers. I'm smelling this, and they're talking to me to see also if it's taking effect. And then they also have a poster and on the ceiling there's this beautiful nature scene. And I made some jokes about it. And I said, I don't feel the anesthesia taking effect. I'm a little worried. And they're saying, oh, okay, just, And then the next thing I noticed, because I made a joke about the poster was gone. And I said, I was just kidding. You can leave the poster, because I made some joke about it. I said, you can put the poster back. It was only a joke. But it was 4 hours later, and I was in a different room. That's why there was no poster. And then this nurse, she comes over and says, I want you to take this pill and this cracker. And then she sat down, and then she was eating a cracker. And I said, you can have a cracker, but you can't have a pill. And she was like, oh, this is going to be a good one. And then there was this machine with, blood pressure, all these different things. And I said, I'd like to see it. And she said, okay. And she turned it around so I could see all the digital readout. And she said, you let me know if something goes wrong. So anyway, I could understand. What happened in those 4 hours? Because my mind, I had been anesthetized to the point where no seeing, hearing, tasting, smell, everything was turned off. Right? So the mind is the seat of sense experience. Superior to the mind, buddhi, intelligence, the discriminating factor. Because the mind, we're told sankalpa, vikalpa, accepting and rejecting, is doing this indiscriminately. So the intelligence is there to say, oh, maybe this isn't good for you. Or, yes, this is something you should definitely pursue. But is that dharma buddhi? intelligence under the influence of sadhu, shastra, guru, and Vaishnava, or is it something else? Someone can be extremely intelligent and not be Krishna conscious. Yasyasti bhaktir bhagavata kinchana sarvai gunais tatra samasate sura horava bhaktasya kuto mahadguna manoratena sato davato bahi. It's in the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, saying that someone may appear to be enriched with so many good qualities, but if they're not connected to reality, by implication, reality means Krishna conception, right? Then it says, Harava bhaktasya kuto mahadguna manoratena sato davato bahi. There's nothing substantial there. It says manorata. This is just floating on the chariot of the mind. That's another Upanishadic example we see, where we're told that the Atma is like the charioteer, and the senses are like 5 horses. The mind and intelligence is supposed to be the reins to guide the senses. But without the infusion, Dharma Buddhi from Sadhu, Shastra, Guru, Vaishnava, what sort of direction will there be? Doesn't go into details about Atma, this, that, and the other thing, showing sense objects, senses, mind, intelligence, soul is finer still. The self is finer still. So that self is a stagnant thing or a dynamic thing that's capable of growth and development. Guru Maharaj will point out, Jiva, the Jiva Shakti, possesses adaptability. What does that adaptability mean? Being tatastha, marginal potency. And what does that mean? That Guru Maharaj described the in-carrying devotional current going towards the central conception of the infinite, right? Vaikuntha, and by extension, the Aprakrita Lila of Krishna, Goloka. And the out-carrying current that's going away from that. Bayam datiya binibeshi tatsat, ishadape tasya viparyayo smriti, and forgetfulness of our spiritual identity flowing away, and the out-carrying current. Saying, but where these two cross, their juncture, said it's a peculiar, practically inconceivable position to understand the jiva tattva, tatastha shakti. Mahaprabhu said, Krishnara tatastha shakti. When Sanatan says, Kayami kene amoi jari tapitroy, ihan nahi jani kamone hitohoy. Who am I? Why am I suffering? And if I don't know this, how can I do what's good for me? Because I'll be dedicating all my energy to a diluted concept of self, something that's not actually me. Even the American transcendentalist, Emerson, one of his famous quotes, one of the fathers of rugged individualism, right? One of his famous quotes is, imitation is suicide. What does that mean? To be something you're not. That's what it means. That is a way of killing yourself. It doesn't give yourself chance to grow or develop because you're imitating something that you're not, something that you're not meant to be. What are we meant to be? Krishnara tatastha shakti beda bed prakash. Mahaprabhu was saying, there's the antaranga shakti, the swarup shakti, the internal energy of Krishna. Then there's the Maya Shakti. You can have a Maya Shakti influenced identity or a Swarup Shakti influenced identity. But he's saying Krishna Tatastha Shakti, Beda Bed Prakash. They're like Krishna, but different. Whereas they say, same, but different. Jivas are same, but different. Right? Magnitude, infinite and finite. So Guru Maharaj talks sometimes about the atomic constant. That means Jiva needs to connect with the infinite constant. Means Krishna. Right? Finite, infinite. Krishna is living, growing, developing, dynamic, nitya navana vayamana, navayovana, navayovanam cha. Always newer, always fresher. That's what sometimes Guru Maharaj would say, Shama Sundar means eternally green, evergreen. Because we always say, no, Shama Sundar means, blue or dark. But Guru Maharaj said, Shama Sundar means evergreen. Krishna is evergreen. So it doesn't mean the thing like the green color, but evergreen, and just always, when we heard about the evergreen tree, we thought, oh, these some like are green and then they go brown, but these are always eternally green. They're forever green. They're evergreen. So Krishna, like that. Premanjana churita bhakti vilochanena santak sadeva hridayeshu vilokayanti yang shama sundaram achinta guna swarupam govinda maripurusham tamaham vidayam. Achintya guna swarup. His swarup has achintya gunas, inconceivable qualities. And the jivas are his angsa. When it comes to self-realization, self-actualization, we would hear the aphorism, ahang brahmasmi. Prabhupada, he said this many, many times, but he would also say, and he'd say, but will you be happy going, ahang brahmasmi, ahang brahmasmi, ahang brahmasmi. I'm spirit, I am spirit, I am spirit, I am that spirit, I am that. It's actually a mantram of the Mayavadis. Like tattvamasmi, ahang, they're thinking, that spirit that's pervading everything, I'm that. Thinking Mahan, that I'm so great. Not Anu, that they're thinking like humanists. No, you're so great. So, what is that self? Just generic, off-the-shelf spirit, right? Or the development of self as in seva mayoyam loka, where anyabhilashita shunyam jnana karmadhyanarutam anukulyena krishnanushilanam bhakti rutama. Srila Guru Maharaj says, the layers, the self is covered by layers of karma and jnana, right? And acquired prejudice, ahankar, all these things. But coming in connection with Krishna and Karshna, Krishna and his devotees, and Krishna Bhakti, being engaged in service under the guidance, Guru and Vaishnav, then gradually the layers of karma and gyan start thinning, diminishing, vanishing, and then the swarup starts appearing. So that when Guru Maharaj was on the Brajamandal Parikrama, and Saraswati Thakur said to him, which place do you like the best? And he said, Kadam Kandi, this place of Rupa Goswami. Guru Maharaj said he noticed Saraswati Thakur was engaging what's called Ruchi Pariksha. He was examining the taste, the developing taste of the disciple. Ruchi Pariksha. So Guru Maharaj says, Mahabhagavata, Guru, they start detecting certain tendencies of the actual self, of the Swarup. When two devotees did not get along, I know this is going to be hard to conceive, but there were two devotees and they just couldn't appreciate one another. I know that sounds impossible, but they're both disciples of Saraswati Thakur. And Saraswati Thakur, he's aware that they're not appreciating they're appreciating him, but they're not appreciating one another. So in an open assembly, he calls upon the one, you say, Prabhu, yes, Prabhu, I would like you to say some praise for so-and-so, and praise of so-and-so, Prabhu. Well, he's really a dedicated servitor. And, Guru Maharaj said he had to start, he said, looking towards the Swarup. Because maybe his non-Swarup was a jerk. Maybe it was some other type of form he was showing in terms of his non-spiritual self. So Guru Maharaj said they had to look beyond those. Someone might be a little arrogant, greedy, this, that, the other thing, and still be connected to a guru and a Vaishnava. Someone else might be a, perfect personality, but if they're not connected to the lotus feet of Guru, Gauranga, Radha, Govinda, it's all for naught. Nil, nada, zip, zero. What's the Russian word? Huh? Nichiwa? It sounds like what it is. Would be better to have a little chihuahua. Nothing. You get nothing. Nyama in Polish. In Poland they say nyama. That's what Harava Bhaktasya Kato Mahadguna means. No matter how apparently developed and good qualities there are, if they have no appreciation for Sadhu Shastra Guru Vaishnav, then there's nothing there. We're talking about the 10 slokas of Narada to Vyas. This is one of them. What does he say? Tasyeva hetu prayate takovida nalabyate yad brahmatam uparyada. He says, what you should, people say, well, I'm wondering what I should do. Well, Narada says, I have an idea. Why don't you try for that thing that you can't get wandering the length and breadth of this universe that's available before you now in the form of connection with Sadhu Shastra Guru Vaishnava. That one, it's the most valuable thing. Sangsaresman, Kanardopi, Satsanga, Sevadirinam. This is the most valuable treasure you can get in material existence. And you can't get it. Brahmatamu Paryada, running through all these different species, different planets, everywhere, not available. Don't have it. Bhaktya Sanjatya Bhaktya, but it's available in the association of the devotees. Right? That's what you should try for. And he's saying otherwise, whatever you get of the other stuff, it's is not going to help you. Shelley's poem called Ozymandias, which is about one of the kings of ancient Egypt, whether it's Ramses 1, 2, or 3, or any one of them, doesn't matter. And in the poem, it's very simple. But a man, he's saying, I met a traveler from an ancient land, and he told me of this very peculiar, extraordinary occurrence that out in the middle of the desert, he said he saw a broken statue, right? Like from the waist here, it's just broken. The head lying in one place, this part in another, but then from here down and the legs. And then there's an inscription upon the bottom, the base, and it says, I am Ozymandias, king of the world, look upon my kingdom. And he said, but you see, the head broke off, the arms broken, and the head, he said, lying in the sand, it's got this arrogant look. He said, whoever sculpted it did a very good job of conveying the arrogance of this man. But when it says, look upon my kingdom, and he said, all you can see in all directions are the desert sand. There is no kingdom. Bhutva praliyate. Again, the world, the whole, what to speak of that kingdom? Everything appears, the whole universe appears, and then it vanishes along with everything in it. Like Prabhupada would talk about the cosmonaut who was like in space too long, and he kept asking him, where is Moscow? He wanted to look out, where is Moscow? No more Moscow, no more New York, Paris, London. Right? It appears and then it vanishes. So Guru Maharaj said, that self we want to connect to, it's living in eternity, saying, try and take your stand in the faithful world, in the faithful plane. But that, mukti hridvanyata rupam swarupena vibhasiti, is an identity that's capable of growth and development. The devotees, they think that they're not making progress. They don't think that they're enlightened. They think, they see all others are engaged in serving Krishna except themselves. They're lamenting. They feel as if they have got nothing. So when Krishna hid himself from the Braja Gopis, it plunged them in an ocean of separation. When you talk about, is it like a flash? So, like a flash before them, then vanishing. So they were lamenting in different stages of divine madness. So, Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur talks about unmad, which is divine madness. But he talks about it in 3 stages. He said, when it's, he can do this. When divine madness is on a beginning level, or it's not so intense, he says, then they're inquiring from the animation, everything, trying to find Krishna. So we hear, they're inquiring from the trees, the flowers, the deer. They're asking everyone, have you seen Krishna? And of course, they're not responding. And they interpret the silence of the trees, the flowers, and the deer to be some kind of a conspiracy. Like, oh, not going to talk. Right? So they're in this condition of divine. They're talking to a tree. Did the son of Yashoda pass by here? And of course, the tree is not saying anything. And they're thinking, oh, I see. Told not to speak. Right. I get it. So you're not going to say anything. Just go, oh. Then they say, surely, they turn, you dear, you understand our situation. Oh, you're not speaking. Krishna must have paid them something, not to tell. He's saying that's in the beginning. In the intermediate stage, they start imitating Krishna's pastimes. One gopi is, another one's Putana, one is Krishna, and they imitate the pastimes of Krishna. So, but in the deepest stage of that divine madness, they think that they've become Krishna. Right? They'll say, I am Krishna. And they're chastising Kaliya or doing different things. So, but when Krishna reappears, one of their questions is, why did you do this to us? That we don't understand. You're supposed to be controlled by prem. We hear you favor your devotee. There's all these wonderful things said about you in terms of how you live and treat your devotee. Why do you do this? It's breaking our hearts. We're suicidal. All these things that they exhibit, and so they're asking Krishna, is it? And they they say there's some people who their idea of love and affection is, if you give me love and affection, I give you love and affection. So they're saying, is it something like that? Or there's another group who they give love and affection regardless of the response. And then there's another group, they don't like anybody. Some are just indifferent. What is it with you? Which case is that? And at one point, Krishna tells them, he said, I did this to increase your love and affection for me. It's also heartbreaking for me. But by making myself absent, as we know, the finest thing in the world is Krishna prem and love and affection for Krishna. If I hide myself from you and cast you into the fire of separation, your Krishna prem, your love and affection is going to be deeper and more joy producing. And then Vishwanath Chakrabarti, that's what he's telling to these highest, greatest devotees. But then Vishwanath Chakrabarti says something interesting about other level of devotees. He said there are other devotees, they're taking Krishna Nam. And they're feeling like they're getting nothing. He said Krishna is purposefully giving them nothing. For they're chanting, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama. And Krishna is giving them nothing. So that they're going, I'm getting nothing. Said, but in a similar way, Krishna is doing that, then they have no other shelter than Krishna. Like Guru Maharaj said, a real devotee will think, I've given everything I could, I've tried for so long, for so many years, and still I have nothing to show. But I have no other shelter, I have no other interest, no other pursuit, no other goal. Guru Maharaj said, then it's just possible you might be a devotee. Even then, he wasn't going to say, you are. He said, then you could be. So Vishwanath is saying, Krishna is, in that sense, withholding himself from the neophytes to take them deeper into Krishna Nam, take them deeper into Krishna conception. And if this is how he's treating the most exalted devotees, then we can understand this is Krishna consciousness. We're not going to advertise it that way. Give everything here and get nothing. My Guru said, he said, no risk, no gain, but a higher stage, all risk and no gain. Are you ready for that? And when I heard that, I thought maybe I didn't hear it right. He said, yes, you risk everything and get nothing. Are you ready for that, to do that? That's, Gopi Bhajan, Gopi Bhav. They'll risk everything for Krishna and Krishna's satisfaction, expecting nothing. Right? Napareham niravaja samyudam slok, where Krishna tells him, he says, actually, I can't reciprocate. I promised in Bhagavad Gita, yeyatamam prapadyante, as you surrender me, I reward accordingly, but with you, it's not possible. You're too good. You're giving too, I don't have enough. If I gave everything I had, it wouldn't be enough to reciprocate what you're giving to me. And he said, and also, I didn't do the same thing you did. You gave up your family, friends, but I didn't. I didn't give up Yashoda, Nanda Yashoda, and Sridham and Subal and everybody. So he's telling the gopis, you're better than me. He said, so, it's the origin of let virtue be its own reward. He's saying, you're so glorious. Just what you've done, what you do, who you are, is its own reward. What you've become, who you've become, is everything. And therefore, they own Krishna. They own the copyright and trademark to Krishna. They can extend him, withdraw him. Radharani and the Braja Gopis own Krishna. And Vishwanath mentioned there, it's in one quoting different scriptures, saying you get different numbers, 3 billion gopis attend the Rasa Leela. And of the 3 billion, he says 16,000 are very prominent. Krishna has 16 different types of energies, and they're personified as these inconceivably beautiful women with individual emotional characteristics, personalities, everything, that are all constructed from dedicating tendency, not bodies as the outcome of exploiting tendency, but forms that are eternally beautiful and becoming more and more beautiful with enriched, dedicating tendency. In the world of exploitation, you're beautiful for 15 minutes. Right? Therefore, the man says with utter sincerity, I will love you forever or until you reach 40. Right? So then it starts dwindling. You see every day on the internet, and they say some famous beautiful women from like 50 years ago. And then you go, wow, they were so beautiful. And they go, she's now 75. And as someone pointed out, it's so unfair. They expect this 75-year-old woman and say, she doesn't look as good as she is. Well, she's beautiful inside now. It's cruel. But it's a fact. Beauty is but a flower, wrinkles will devour, brightness falls from the air, queens have died young and fair. So that's the beauty here. It's for a short time, right? The models are old when they're 24. They're going, she looked a lot better when she was 17. Now, 7 years later, and she's starting to lose. Brightness falls from the air, queens have died, young and fair. But in this plane, they're not just retaining their beauty. They're becoming more beautiful. That we can't properly conceive. But as Krishna is becoming more beautiful, and their beauty is a reflection of the beauty of Krishna, they become more beautiful, and there's a competition of beauty. So he says 3,016,000 prominent. Out of the 16,000, another 1,000. Out of the 1,000, then there's 8 who are most prominent. And of the 8, there's 2, Chandravali and Radharani. And then of the 2, Radharani is supreme. Guru Maharaj mentioned one of these slokas of Rupa Goswami, where it says that once Radharani crying tears in separation, Nayambu Bandushu Kritam Saki Rahito. It said Guru Byorpita. The Guru Varga means Nanda, Yashoda, the elders of Vrindavan. They're becoming very worried because at this particular time, her separation is so great, the stream of tears is not stopping. It's endless. And it looks like she's going to leave the world. So Guru Maharaj says that Chandravali came to Radharani and gave her dandavats and bowed to her lotus feet and said, and begged her not to end her life, and said, because without you, we have no hope of getting Krishna. I admit it. You're the best. Even Chandravali is thinking, without Radharani, if we have Radharani, we know Krishna will come back. With her, we know we've got Krishna. If we lose her, then what reason does Krishna have to return? So even her greatest competitor is acknowledging her superior position. Devi, Mai Prokta, Radhika, Sarvatadika, Mahabhava Swupeyam, Gunai, Ati Varishyasi. So superiorly qualified. And then in that sloka, Achchenam Nayanam Bubandushu Kritam Saki Rahito, says that suddenly she stops crying. And he says all of her tears have been transferred to her attendants, all the others. Now they're all crying, and she stopped crying. So somehow, the sincere followers, they will take up that position. What is the self and what is the self's potential? Guru Maharaj says, this is what we learned from Einstein and his theories, that reality is a thing plus its potential. So when we talk about the self, it means when its potential is activated. Krishnera Nityadas, eternal servitude of Krishna. And it means when service to Krishna has been activated, the servitor identity. They become aware of serving potential. So it's sometimes Srila Guru Maharaj would say, when it's mentioned, the ocean of joy, like Sindhu, and what is the word? Brahmananda Bhavedesha Chet Paradha Guni Krita Naiti Bhakti Sukhambodhe Paramanu Tulamapi. Talking about the ecstatic ocean. Guru Maharaj would say, the ocean of ecstasy is not a static ocean, but a dynamic ocean. So that's a sloka of Rupa Goswami where he says, Brahmananda, that's one level of, you could say, self-identity. Right? The Brahmanandis, they're on account of relishing spiritual pleasure, the greatest mundane pleasure is insignificant to them. They have no interest in that. It's millions of times greater than that. But here in this sloka, Rupa Goswami says, Brahmanando bhavedesha chet parata guni krita naiti bhakti sudkambodhe paramanu tulamapi. But the pleasure, the joy of Krishna consciousness is millions and trillions of times greater than Brahmananda. In fact, Brahmananda is not equivalent, multiplied 1 trillion times, isn't equivalent to an atomic drop of the joy of Krishna consciousness. So that's Atmaram level of identity. We can't, sometimes Guru Maharaj would say, our future is so bright, we can't even properly conceive of the joy of that domain, the divine abode of Krishna. So when Mahaprabhu told Rupa Goswami, the Rupa Shiksha, saying, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, saying, I will take Ek Bindu, one drop from the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, I'll take one drop from there and explain that to you. Because it's an infinite ocean of ecstatic joy. Anandam Buddhivardhanam Pratipatam Purnam Rita Shvadanam Sarvatma Snapanam Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam. Hare Krishna. Well, what could be more perfect than that? Hare Krishna. First comes to mind Srila Prabhupada once saying in his Vyas Puja address, offering to Srila Saraswati Thakur, when he said, when we speak of the fundamental principle of Gurudev, we speak of something that is of universal application. He said, thus there does not arise any discriminating my guru from your guru or his guru. He said, but there is one guru who appears to us in an infinity of forms to teach you and me and all others. They said the fundamental principle of Gurudev. One who's appearing in an infinity of forms. So, were it not Srila Prabhupada, Srila Swami Maharaj saying this, it might sound like Mayavad. It sounds a little peculiar, considering all the things he said to the contrary. But it's very important what he's described there. So he said the fundamental principle of Gurudev, what we sometimes call Guru Tattva. So he said one guru appearing in an infinity of forms to teach you and me and all others. Let's say, with his mystic power. So sometimes we hear the expression Achintya Shakti, that coming from Srila Jiva Goswami. If we are to humbly approach Krishna conception, one of the first principles that we'll have to embrace is Achintya Shakti, inconceivable potency, and another being Achintya Beda Bed, which means inconceivably, simultaneously one and different. As I've said, I think this concept has some appeal in Thailand because they have this expression, same, but different. right? It's a very sweet and succinct saying, and there's something there. Same, but different. So when it comes, and that's a Chintya Beda Bed, inconceivably, simultaneously, one and different. We find this also in the Das Mool of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, saying the jivas, they're like Krishna and something different. It's also mentioned in that sloka. Jive swarupai Krishnera nitidas, Krishnera tasta shakti, Beda Bed prakash, like and something different. We speak of the Guru principle or Guru Tattva in all of its manifestations. So Srila Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur and the, in one sense, one of the premier Guru song, the Gurvastakam, sung by all devotees every day. Sakshad Hari Tena Samasta Shastre Uktastatha Yateva Sadbhi Kintu Prabhoya Priya Eva Tasya Bande Guru Sri Charanarvindam. So we're told that our beginning conception, Sakshad Hari, directly Krishna. Krishna is the focal point. Right? Like when you have in photography, focus, and you have depth of field, other things. So there's also a type of depth of field called infinity. So here we're told, and Guru Maharaj is given a perfect example. And he says, just as when we talk of the Himalayas, the Everest is the supreme peak, right? And so he said, you'll see that from, in one sense, making your approach from the greatest distance, you see Everest. So focused on Everest, with Everest as your goal, you make your approach. But the proof positive that you're coming nearer to Everest, that you're going in the right direction, is you will come in connection with so many subordinate peaks which are surrounding Everest. That you're coming in their connection means you're going in the right direction towards Everest. The parallel being that Vasudev Sarvamiti, Guru Maharaj identifies as the first conception of Krishna, of the upper world, of the spiritual domain, but there's not accompanied by his potency. Bhagavan in earnest means Lakshmi Narayan, Sita Ram, Rukmini, and Dwarkadish, and Krishna and Mathura, Vrindavan Hoite Shrestha Govardhana Shaila, Gandharvika Giridhari Jata Krida Koila, and like that. And Swayam Bhagavan, Krishna, at the right hand of Radharani. Everest, by parallel, representing Krishna, and going nearer, coming in connection with those surrounding Everest. So, Krishna conception, Sakshad Hari Tena Samasta Shastrai. But then, this interesting shift takes place. Kintu Prabhoya Priya Evatasya Bande Guru Sri Charanarvindam, which Guru Maharaj renders as Prabhu Priya. It's saying, but upon a closer examination of Guru Tattva, the Guru principle, the Guru conception, Guru, we'll see a shift takes place from Krishna to his potency. Prabhu Priya, the one who is most dear to Krishna. The first other than Krishna is Baladev. When you think about this, this is very interesting. Because if you really get other than Krishna, you go to Maya, right? The extremes of other than Krishna, right? Anti-Krishna. Right? But the first other than Krishna is Baladev. He's almost identical to Krishna. Right? It's a very wonderful and peculiar and charming reality. Sometimes we hear the Rupa Goswami analysis of 50 qualities Jiva, 55 executive class Jiva, Shiva, 60 qualities Narayan, 64 qualities Krishna. Sometimes Srila Guru Maharaj will say, and Balaram has 62. And sometimes he will say, that Krishna of Mathura is, same, but different than Balaram of Vrindavan. So Balaram's position, he's the first other than Krishna. That means he can also oppose Krishna sometimes, but in a sweet way. Right? Sometimes Guru Maharaj would tell that story of when Krishna and perhaps Uddhava and others, they're sitting and wondering in some particular situation how to employ diplomacy. And Baladev's sitting there with his club on, hearing this talk, going back and forth, and he's saying, what's all the talk? With my club, I solved this matter in a moment. No need for discussion. Like, what's all the talk about? Like, I can solve this matter. So, and sometimes we hear in their childhood play, sometimes he slaps Krishna, and Krishna's running to Mother Yashoda, and then Mother Yashoda is chastising Baladev, and Baladev is calling Krishna aside and saying, dear brother, one of Krishna's names is Ramanuja, means the little brother of Balaram. And Balaram is explaining, you have to understand I have so much love and affection for you. And sometimes in our play, something may happen. You don't have to always tell Mother Yashoda that. It's not necessary. Like, where does that come from? I remember once, when I was a child, I have 2 elder brothers, and that means I'm smaller than them, lighter than them, and they're 5 years and 8 years older than me. And so they could do things with me, like on a swing from a tree, they could make me go really high. Right? So they put me in, and I just have absolute faith and trust in them. So they're throwing me. I've never been that high in my life. I'm on some giant tree. And then I come down and my head goes, the head goes right into the trunk of the tree. I fall on the ground. I'm practically unconscious. But the first thing I can see is my 2 brothers. I look at their faces and they're saying, don't tell mom. They're not going, are you okay? Or, they're going, don't tell mom. Can you hear us? Don't tell mom. So even don't tell mom comes janmadyasya yataha, from the original, from Goloka Vrindavan is where don't tell mom comes from. Pastimes of Krishna Balaram. So Baladev, but he does have unlimited love and affection for Krishna, So even though he's the first other than Krishna, what is even more interesting is that he's in love with Krishna. He's not a competitor. He's so in love with Krishna, he wants to serve him in every possible capacity. So, like we hear, before Krishna appeared in the womb of Devaki, Balaram appeared. He was later transferred to Rohini. But Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur mentions there that it's perfect that way. Baladev appears, and before he leaves, his expansion of Ananta Dev, and we can say Ananta means unlimited serving potential and capacity and realization of that. So Anantadev makes the Sringasan, makes the womb of Devaki just perfect for Krishna to come. We won't think of it in conventional womb-like imagery, but Anantadev remains behind. So when Krishna appears, there's Sringasan throne, so much paraphernalia. So Ananta has unlimited serving capacity. He becomes the throne, the floor, the sacred thread, the cloth, so many things. And according to Srila Guru Maharaj, together with Yogamaya, they script and cast Krishna Leela. So, as the first other than Krishna, and it says, Akala Ishwara Krishna Arsabhritya, that he's, Krishna alone is Ishwar. In the sense, Ishwar is really the word for God. We say controller, that's all true, but really it's synonymous with it's like God, means God, the generic God term. And then when you combine it with other things, it gets a little more specific. But Ekala Ishwara Krishna are Sabhritya. All others are servitors. So Baladev is the supreme servitor, the Prabhu Priya. Who are the most dear to Krishna? From one perspective, Baladev, Balaram, just like in the pastimes of Mahaprabhu, no one is more dear to him than Nityananda Prabhu. And if someone tries to approach him without first giving recognition to Nityananda Prabhu, it's not real, it's not acceptable, it's cancelled. Shanta, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, all of those rasas, include Nityananda Prabhu and Baladev, by extension, Nityananda Prabhu, can taken to be the general representation of Guru for all of the rasas preceding Madhura rasa. Then, as we see in certain pastimes, that the presence of Nityananda Prabhu, or Balaram, will restrict, put some constraint on the Madhura rasa pastimes. So, Prabhu Priya, the one who is most dear to Krishna, Srimati Radharani, she is the Guru, the Ujjvala Rasa Acharya, the Guru of Madhura Rasa. And just for the sake of, being, thorough or comprehensive, because we can think, well, don't the others, we're these privileged people to hear all these things through Gaudiya Siddhanta. Can it really be that the gods, the goddesses, We say Brahma, Shiva, they're aspiring for a drop of this. Nitya, Balaram has to withdraw for certain, to a secluded place for certain pastimes to take place. Don't they have some means of participation? And of course, the answer is yes. So we sometimes hear that, and we think, well, how would Balaram then participate? As Balaram, he's not going to participate. Even Sanatana Goswami says, Guru Maharaj says, when he does perform Rasa Leela, when the gopis felt so much separation, the acharyas point out, this is a different group of gopis, and Sanatana Goswami says, from within his heart, this is his offering to Krishna. That may be inconceivable to us, but not to Sanatana Goswami, the Sambandha Gyana Acharya. So he informs that from within his heart, even the Rasa Leela is seva to Krishna. How inconceivable that there's a plane like that. But we hear as Ananga Manjari, the little sister of Radharani, that he's also has a part to play in those pastimes. In the beginning of the Srimad Bhagavatam, it says, Janmadyasya yataha, Janmadyasya yatonbayad itaratas cha arteshu abhignya swarat, etc. And it mirrors, echoes the Vedanta Sutra statement, Janmadyasya yataha. But Srila Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur says here, because we can say, what does that mean? That means he's the original source of it. Everything is born from him. He's the original source of everything. Like we have one book called Original Source, right? There's a book called Original Source. You know all about it. So, Janmadyasya yataha. I mean, he's the original source. But what does that mean? It means many things. It wouldn't be a sutra of the Vedanta Sutra if it didn't have infinite levels of meaning. So, in one place, and perhaps in his commentary on this first sloka of Srimad Bhagavatam, it's pointing out that Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur says, Janmad, because there's the word Adi in it, he glosses Adi as meaning Adi Rasa, Mukhya Rasa, means the principle. So he's saying, what this is telling us is that Madhura Rasa, this Mukhya Rasa, original root Rasa, it is, and the implication, Radha and Krishna, and further implied, Parakiya Rasa, is the original source of everything. Everything's springing out of there. So we sometimes say Shanta, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, Madhura, Swakya, Parakiya in terms of a progression. But we can also understand it goes Parakiya, Swakya, Vatsalya, Sakya, Dasya, Shanta. Guru Maharaj said, Madhura Rasa is the, let me say the original, all the others are satellites of Madhura Rasa. Or in another expression, he said clients or satellites. So it is the original. Srila Guru Maharaj says, in the Bhaja Gauranga, Kaha Gauranga, Laha Gauranga Nam, or Nityananda Prabhu saying, worship Gauranga, take the name of Gauranga, talk about Gauranga. And he was given the instruction, like Jare dako tare kaho Krishna upadash. Tell everyone about Krishna. Then he goes to Bengal and is telling everyone to worship Gauranga. But Guru Maharaj said, because he knows who is Gauranga. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna, Nahe Anya. Whereas Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur says, Yata yata Gaura Padara Vinde, Vinde ta Bhaktim Krita Punya Rasi, Tatat Tatot Sarpati Hridya Kasmat, Radha Padamboja Sudamburasi. Focus on the lotus feet of Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Gaura Pada, the lotus feet, Gaura Padara Vinde. Vindeta Bhaktim Krita Punya Rasi. Here, Krita Punya Rasi means, Krita Punya means Sumedasa, Sukritivan. Those who have refined theistic intellect, they'll see through all these other proposals and realize herein lies the entrance to Vrindavan, to Krishna Lila, right? Tata Tatot Sarpati Hridya Kasmat, saying by dedicating your focus and serving intent and capacity on the lotus feet of Guru and Gauranga, what will happen? He said, subconsciously, deep from within the core of the heart. He said the heart's deep core, or the deep heart's core. Automatically, Guru said, the Radha Rasa Shuddha Nidhi will begin to flow. That's the name of the work of Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur, his other famous book in praise of Srimati Radharani. But what it means to say is Radha Dasyam, the service of the holy lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. Gaudiyas take Nityananda Prabhu as the general representation of Guru, and according to the inner awakenment of the disciple. Guru Maharaj says, according to the inner awakenment of the disciple is how they conceive Guru. And an example of that is given in Srila Saraswati Thakur's concluding remarks on the Chaitanya Charitamritam, where he's saying, when I look deeply at Gaurkishore Das Babaji Maharaj Bhakti Vinod Thakur, as we're told by Guru Maharaj in other places, that Radharani, like we hear this, she has the Asta Sakis, Asta Nayikas, these 8 different principal friends, and they have particular qualities. Remember, their divine forms are composed of the most intense level of self-giving and dedicating tendency. So it's as if she has expanded into these forms. Ananda Chinmaya Rasa Pratibhavitavis Tabirja Eva Nija Rupataya Kalavi. Goloka Eva Nivasatya Kilatma Bhuto Govinda Mari Purusham Tambaham Vijam. As Krishna expands, predominated moiety, Radharani expands, predominated moiety. And Srila Saraswati Thakur has also indicated, jivas in Madhura Rasa have emanated from the Anga Jyoti, Radha's Anga Jyoti, her own divine effulgence. When we talk of Brahma Jyoti, that's a general term. But Radha's Anga Jyoti, Subal has an Anga Jyoti, Yashoda has an Anga Jyoti, that is comprised of those with that particular serving potential and serving capacity. That world, it is the world of gurus. Guru Maharaj reminds us, where we aspire to. It is the world of gurus, where the soil is your guru. And Vaikuntir Pritivyadi Sakala Chinmoy. It's all Chinmoy. So Srila Guru Maharaj, following this line of thinking, says, then how can you walk there? How can you take one step in the world of gurus? It would be aparad, offense, to take one step there, only out of a necessity of service, not out of curiosity, but out of service. Like the pujari sometimes has to step on the altar steps to put the crown on the deity. And we know in Puri, when Mahaprabhu would go to see Jagannath, one time he goes for Jagannath darshan. And we know Mahaprabhu's the magnitude of his devotional intensity is such as they have to keep him far away. If he gets too close, he loses his composure. So that's why he's by the Garuda Stamba and keeping his distance. And there's certain when he walks, and that's even given there, who is in the front, who's on his left, who's on the right. All these devotees have assigned positions. But anyway, so we know one time he's there by the Garuda Stamba and viewing, the Shama Goparup, that when he sees Jagannath, he's seeing Krishna. Right? And one lady who's overwhelmed, and she comes running and climbs on the back of Mahaprabhu. He's 7'6" tall. So by climbing on him, she can get a good view. So there's a woman who's climbed on to Mahaprabhu, and Mahaprabhu's attendant pulls her down, and he's going to chastise her. And Mahaprabhu says, "Oh, I wish I had that type of eagerness that she has. What she's got, I want a drop of that." Right? So out of that pure devotional flow, she's climbing on the back of Mahaprabhu. Right? So how can you enter the guru world, the world of guru, where the soil is guru? And by that means that soil has your self-interest at heart more than we do, and is taking one in the direction of the service of the lotus feet of Krishna. By extension, really, Radha Dasyam. All service is being transacted by Srimati Radharani. Once, when Srila Saraswati Thakur was speaking on what Guru Maharaj said, some high subject matters, in the midst of that talk, some devotee came in and asked him a question, interrupted the talk and asked him a question about some mat necessities. And Saraswati Thakur dealt with that. And then Guru Maharaj said, I was thinking, Prabhupada was saying something so high and wonderful. Why are they disturbing him with these trivial matters? And then the explanation came that Radharani is the major domo of seva to Krishna. And major domo means, it's like a Latin, Spanish term for the woman who's the head of the house. Domo means house. In Russian, it means like house too. I like domo, dedomo or something. I'm now going to give everyone Russian lessons. But so major, so means she's in charge of the house. She's the mistress of the house. So Guru Maharaj's point, for Radharani, everything, there's not something she considers beneath her dignity. There's not some seva to Krishna that she considers less than worthy of her. That was the point. So Saraswati Thakur said, happily, I want to do this seva. Just Srila Gurudev personified that. Any seva, if it was clear to him that it was service to the lotus feet of Srila Guru Maharaj, happily, he's taking on that. Does not consider it a burden. They have that expression, labor of love. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in one of his songs, whatever labor, whatever effort, whatever inconvenience, whatever suffering might come on account of, in connection with service to Krishna, that's my happiness. When Gopal appeared to Madhavendra Puri and told him, you go, and he's very old, and he's in Govardhan, you go, he has to walk all the way across India to go get this sandalwood pulp and karpur, camphor. Madhavendra Puri is ecstatic. Oh, I have some seva from Gopal. So Saraswati Thakur would sometimes say, all of the mat seva is my responsibility. All of it. I should be doing all of it. But my Gurudev is so kind, his Vaibhav extension in the form of so many disciples have come to assist me in all these varieties of seva and service. So it's all about service, really. And service up to a particular point and service beyond that point. According to the inner awakenment of the disciple, is how they will see Guru. Guru Maharaj deals with this in Sri Guru and His Grace, and cautioning us against being overly emphasizing the form of the Guru, like we hear Vani and Vapu. Vani, instructions, Vapu, the form. And Guru Maharaj says, even as a side point, even Vani can turn into a type of Vapu if it becomes lifeless, mindless parroting of instructions. But that said, he's saying, like we see, there's picture, the Guru when he's a young man, the Guru in middle age, the Guru in old age. Which form is it? That form before us of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, so, the beard, and I told on his veranda in Calcutta, Gurudev said, and to think he's a 14-year-old girl in Vrindavan. So how will you recognize Bhaktivinoda Thakur? How will you recognize Guru Maharaj, Gurudev, Saraswati Thakur, Srila Swami Maharaj? Not by the picture that you saw here. Doesn't mean to deprecate the picture. But that is, we worship the picture, the form of the Guru. But in that plane, they will be recognized by devotional tendency. Maya, we're told she's ashamed sometimes to come before Krishna because she has this task of deluding the jivas. But that is our choice. Reign in hell, serve in heaven. So for those who opt to reign in hell, which is a deluded position for the eternal servitor of Krishna, then they need to forget their servitor identity and voyeuristically envision themselves as lords, masters. So there's an interesting verse in the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. It says, Devi hi esha gunamai mama maya dharataya mam evaye prapadyante maya me tam tarantite. So Krishna says, that Maya who's deluding you, who's like impossible to overcome, Mama Maya. She works for me. So on your own, you'll never be able to overcome her, to defeat her. She has some infinite backing. Right? Sometimes Prabhupada would say, we should always remember that, we are very small and Maya is very great. And he was cautioning us against becoming arrogant and how counterproductive that would be in the spiritual life. Saying, Maya is great. She's working for Krishna. This is her service to Krishna. Shiva also complains of his service. Maya varam asachchastam prachtanam bodham uchite mayeva kapitam devi kalo brahmana rupina. In the Kali Yuga, I take the form of a Brahman, and I preach Mayavad. And Guru Maharaj says in one place, he said to Krishna, why do I have to do this? Make people inimical to you or forgetful of you or to deny your personality. But it's to facilitate the free will of the jivas and all the spectral range of its expression. So, but in the sloka, it says, Devi yesha gunamai mama maya durataya. So what is the solution? Mameva ye prapadyante. If you surrender to me, maya mitam tarantite, then you can cross beyond the influence of Maya. And only that way. I can withdraw her influence over you. Karmani nirdahati kintu cha bhakti bhajam, it's told in the Brahma Samhita. When someone comes in connection with Guru, Gauranga, Radha Govinda, they're no longer under the normal laws of karma. They come under a different jurisdiction. Right? Because they're leaving the out-carrying current that's going away from the central conception of the Absolute and entering the in-carrying current, which is going towards the central conception of the Absolute and the service. So, but Maya is there to draw a contrast between the mundane and the spiritual, the formal and the substantial, fictitious and real devotion, many things. So it's necessary, just like in a class, sometimes the teacher puts a wrong example and sees if the students can detect it. That's also a type of learning. But Maya's serving indirectly. Because in that sense, for want of the sufferings of material existence, there's a lack of impetus to take spiritual life seriously. It's in the 7th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Chatur vidha bhajante mam jana sukritino arjuna. Where Krishna says, 4 types of people take spiritual life seriously. Right? The distressed, those in economic distress, those are just stressed. Right? The jigyasu, inquisitive, the jnanis, the people who are really trying to mine spiritual knowledge, they'll be inclined towards this. But so there needs to be some impetus. So in that way, Maya is serving Krishna and serving us by giving us impetus to approach the lotus feet of Guru and Gauranga, take shelter of Sadhu Shastra, Guru Vaishnava. Hare Krishna. When you come in connection with Krishna consciousness substantial, that the whole world of illusion, that mayame tam tarantite, you'll cross over it as if it was the water left in the imprint of the hoof of a calf. So what was oceanic, kaler doshini de rajan, what was oceanic in magnitude and proportion, the ocean of nescience, Right? We're told that ocean will be like a drop. What does that mean but a change of perspective, sambandhagyan, reconceptualization, being reconfigured to realize I won't find satisfaction, fulfillment, and identity as an exploiter, but rather as a dedicating unit. When this transformation takes place, that ocean, insurmountable ocean of nescience, told is reduced to the water left in the imprint of the hoof of the calf. As if that wasn't enough, Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur makes an interesting observation. He says that, devotees in the devotional school, Govinda, we worship the cows. Right? So if it's the water from the hoof print of the calf, then that's something good. It's like sanctified. So he says that another reading of this verse, there are infinite levels of interpretation. Another way of reading it is that all those things that are undesirable in this world, they become, for a devotee who's engaged in seva, like puja ragapat gaurava bhange, something sacred to them. What we told before, Saraswati Thakur said, I relish doing these things. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, I relish whatever inconvenience might come to me. If it's in seva, then everything becomes transformed. So all the so-called mayic existence, for the servitor, it turns into something completely different. Everything is then seen as an opportunity for dedication, for seva, for Krishna consciousness. There's a sloka that says, just as the businessman sees everything as an opportunity for business, right? Or someone who's lusty sees everything as a potential fulfillment of their lust. For a devotee, then the whole world becomes inverted, and they see all serving potential. So then it goes from Mahamaya to Yogamaya. Yogamaya is also a kind of illusion. Mahamaya illusion, Yogamaya illusion. But one taking us toward the absolute center and one taking us away. Srila Guru Maharaj, when he's referencing the Shikshastakam of Mahaprabhu, in one sloka, he's saying, Ayi nanda tanuja kinkaram patitam mam vishame bhavam bhutho pripaya tavapada pankaja stita duli sadrasham vichintaya. So there he says, in this sloka, he's saying, although I'm your eternal servitor, somehow I'm now drowning in the ocean of nescience. So he's praying to be reinstated at the lotus feet of Mahaprabhu. So Guru Maharaj means to address this as a particular juncture in this sequence, right? That he's acknowledging his fallenness, and and saying this is the first legitimate expression that will come from a devotee. Guru Maharaj, and relating this to the fifth verse of the Shikshastakam, and it's also consistent with thematically with Krishna consciousness that substance is couched in aspiration. So he's recognizing his fallen condition and expressing an aspiration to become spiritually situated. And what is the target of that? an atomic position, as it's echoed and what is expressed by Uddhava. Asamaho charanarenu jushamahangsham brindavane kimapi gumalato sadinam yad dushtajam swajanam arjapatam chahitva bejur mukunda paribrim shrutibir vimrigyam. He's saying that what the Shrutis are indicating, that means the Vedas, the revealed truth, what they can, the direction they can indicate. They're pointing in a particular direction, but not giving a, precise focus on what the goal is. They're not giving the details, but saying, go in this way, proceed in this way. Right? Uddhava is saying, so what we can say, what they're searching for, because we find also in the commentaries of Vishwanath Chakrabarti and others that the Vedas personified, once they have a glimpse of the beauty of Krishna, it awakens amorous sentiments within them, and they express these conjugal aspirations, which allows them later to take birth as gopis in Vrindavan and enter Krishna Lila and even the Rasa Lila. So seeing that beauty in one place, Guru Maharaj says, and I believe it's also in the commentary of Vishwanath, that the Vedas are chastising themselves. Like, we didn't know how beautiful you were, how charming you are, and that there was the possibility of this loving exchange with you in your pastimes, and we didn't express that clearly. Right? So he's saying what they are searching for, these gopi girls of Vrindavan, as Guru Maharaj says sometimes, the half-civilized, stupid jungle girls of Vrindavan, that's their posing. Right? So what the Vedas are indicating and searching for, they've got. They possess that thing. Right? So, since they're so great, so exalted, they are the greatest devotees, of whom there are none who are more exalted, he expresses an aspiration. Asamaho charanarenu jashamahangshang brindavane kimapi gumalato sadinam. He says to be a creeper, a blade of grass, an atomic presence in the plain of Vrindavan. So when those Braja Gopis are moving in service to Krishna, that some of the dust from their lotus feet will come upon my head, thereby consecrating my existence. As we hear, Mahi Yasham Parvajo Bhishekam. And just recently in the pastimes of Prahlad Maharaj and the Shringadev, when Hiranyakashipu was saying, where did you get this power? And he's saying, well, where everyone gets power. Same place. Well, how do you get it? He's saying, well, you can't get it on your own or by a group effort or any way. You have to be blessed by the dust of the lotus feet of a devotee. So this is always first, foremost, and primary. It's in the teachings of Prahlad. It's in the songs of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. It's in the Chaitanya Bhagavad of Vrindavan Das. It's in the song we sang every day. Mui Pada Raja in the Hari Harai song. Everywhere, the dust of the lotus feet of a pure devotee. So that is always first and foremost, right, for gaining release from illusion. And the reason I'm taking so much time to stress this is Guru Maharaj says in the following sloka, where he says, Nayanam galadasru dharaya badanam gadgara rudhaya gira pulakaya nichitam tavanama grahane bhavishyati, where he talks about tears are pouring from his eyes, shivering, all sorts of ecstatic symptoms. from the holy name of Krishna. But Guru Maharaj expressed it in this way. In the verse before, recognizing his fallen position, he's expressing the aspiration for an atomic presence in that plane. And then he said, but wish granted. When that wish is granted, when what was in the heart of the devotee is fulfilled, they have a service aspiration. Right? To come out of karmic circumstances through the medium of seva and into the service domain, saying, wish granted, then all possibility of expression is appropriate. In other words, from the fallen position, what is appropriate to express is to get free from illusion, from ignorance, from sinful tendencies, all of these things. To pray for mercy, to get release. Right? Mayame tam taranti te. Right? Mama maya durateya, mameviye prapadyante, mayame tam taranti te. To cross over that. But Guru Maharaj says in the next verse, having crossed over that, having got the mercy, having been released, then pure expression will come. When will Nityananda be merciful to me and release me from the illusion of worldliness, giving me the shade of his lotus feet, and he will allow me to enter the marketplace of the holy name. We can see here that in the previous verse, he's saying, if Nityananda Prabhu will be merciful to me and release me from this, then what will happen? Then in the next, with this eagerness, tatra lolyam mulam aikalam janmakoti sukritaya nalabhyate, what's the purchase price? Earnestness, eagerness, sincere hankering for the real and substantial thing. Then with that sort of sevan mukhe hijavadoshayam eva spurtida, that serving tendency, he'll purchase, and then now he's taking the position of a plunderer. He has this great appetite, eagerness. Now it's not what was expressed before, the atomic presence at the lotus feet. Now some spiritual appetite has been awakened, right? He's being irresistibly drawn into that plane. So I would take it that it means something along these lines. In this song, it is couched as a hankering, an aspiration. Kabe habe bolo seidi namar. So he's saying, when will that day come? And then he goes through all the different stages that will be there. Release from conditional existence, release from aparad, and up to and including then the positive aspects of coming in connection with the name, the ecstasy of the holy name, relishing the holy name. So I take it in that way. And then in the end, he's even propagating to others. So, it's a very beautiful song. It's extraordinary. And it does have parallels to the Shikshastakam. As you see in one, lower than a blade of grass, Chinadikahin, Kabe nijomani sahishnuta guno hridoyete ani, right? Lower than a blade of grass, tolerance, like the third verse. Next verse, nadanam najanam sundarim kavitamba jagadisha. Here, same thing. Dana jana ar, so dan, kavitam jagadisha kamanye, sundari, nadanam najanam na sundarim. Same thing when I say, Bhavatat bhakti rahoy tuki tui, janme dao ohe gorahori. Ahoy tuki bhakti charane tumar, nadanam najanam sundarim, kavitamba jagadisha kamaye, mama janmani share, bhavatat bhakti ahoy tuki tui. So you can see the parallels between Shikshastakam and those slokas. And then coming to the Nayanam Galadasru Daraya sloka. And And it's Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And Gurudev said once, because these things are extraordinary, that we know Bhaktivinoda Thakur is capable of writing in Jaiva Dharma. Sometimes people say a few words on the Jiva Tattva. Well, he wrote like a 600-page book about it. That's totally detailed and intricate. But he can also take this vast, unlimited knowledge and understanding and condense it into a few lines. Like in Bhagavad Gita, we hear, Brajajan, Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chaduskritam. Krishna descends to, protect the sadhus and to annihilate their opponents. The duskriti. Srila Prabhupada liked that one sloka from the Gita very much. He quoted all the time, Namam duskritino mudha prapadyante naradama mayaya paharita jnana asrim bhavam asrita. So Krishna is saying, paritranaya sadhunam, protect the sadhu, vinashaya chaduskritam. And then what does Bhaktivinoda Thakur give in his song? Braja jana palana asura kulanashana. It's the same thing, but expressed very sweetly and with more definition. Which sadhus? Sadhus in general, but if we take it to the highest level, who are the most saintly? Braja jana, the Braja Brijvasis. Palan, he's their protector. Goptrite Bharanam. Generally, devotees, when they make some prayerful expression, as Bhaktivinoda Thakur, up to this point in that song, actually the whole thing is couched in an aspiration because it's all contingent upon so many things. Upon Trinadapi Suni, becoming humble, tolerant, following Mahaprabhu's teachings, all of that leads up to this point. Right? But Gurudev has mentioned, most of the time, the devotees are speaking from a position of non-achievement. Right? They're aspiring. So we're in that sloka of Raghunatha Goswami, Nama Shreshtam Manamapi Sachiputra Atra Swarupam Rupam Tasyagraja Urupurim Maturim Gostabatim Radha Kundam Giribaramaho Radhika Madhavasham. He's listing all these things. And what does he say? Prapto Jasya. I got all of this. Prapto Jasya Pratita Kripaya Sri Gurun Tanmatosmi. By the grace of Sri Guru, I got all these things. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is implying in the song, by the grace of Nityananda Prabhu, general representation of Guru, that this is possible. When we hear about these different demigods, should we think what is known to us, right, is unknown to them? From one point of view, like when Guru Maharaj would say, Brahma, Sukha, Shiva, they're aspiring for a drop of this divine substance. So we'll see certain instances where Brahma is Bimohan, he's deluded. But deluded by what? Krishna, it's Krishna Leela. Right? It is not conventional Maya. So one context we're seeing him as the head of the Sampradaya. Another context we're talking about Brahma Vimohan. And this is not a simple matter. No less than Madhvacharya, Srila Guru Maharaj said, he eliminated chapter 13 from the Srimad Bhagavatam. He couldn't digest that the head of the Sampradaya, and Guru Maharaj's term, could be seduced, or Brahma Vimohan, put in illusion. Right? We see in the 8th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam in the pastime of Mohini Murti, that Shiva is bewildered by this divine manifestation. And not to leave it there, just while we're on the subject, Baladev, in the Brahma Vimohan Leela, we're told the morning that that happened, that pastime occurred, was Baladev's birthday. Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur said. So he didn't go that day, as Yogamaya would have it. And he wasn't cowherding with the rest of the boys. Yashoda kept him home, Rohini, and they had he was the birthday boy. So the birthday boy wasn't there when Brahma stole the cow and all of that. Right? So we're told a year later, it's a year, an earth year, a moment in Brahmaloka, that there are 3 levels of Yogamayic influence over Baladev. And Vishwanath makes the point there, how extraordinary Yogamaya is. So that even Baladev, he wasn't aware that this happened. A year later, we're told, a few days before it was a year later, he went from the 3rd level to the 2nd level and started making certain observations. Then from the 2nd level to the 1st level, things were becoming more clear till it all vanished and he realized that, and marveled at how even he didn't know what Krishna had done. That's something extraordinary. Like the Hang Vedmi, Sukhaveti, Vasuveti, Naveti Va. This is part of the beauty of Krishna consciousness and reminds us to be humble, that there's no, final adjustments in the sense of a static understanding of what's taking place at any given place and time, especially related to the pastimes of the Lord and His divine servitors. And that's one thing I wanted to say. I didn't get the opportunity on the disappearance day of Ramananda Roy, which was a few days back. We're told, and remember, this is deep in the Antya Leela. So even it's where it occurs has significance. Pradyumna Misra asked Mahaprabhu to speak Krishna Katha. You think, well, that's a very simple thing, right? Mahaprabhu's response is peculiar, Krishna Katha Ami Janina. He goes, I don't know Krishna Katha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Radha Krishna Nahi Anya, Radha Bhava, Radha Bhava, Duty, Subolita, who's enriched with the heart and halo of Srimati Radharani. I don't know Krishna Katha. I heard from Ramananda, he's qualified to speak Krishna Katha. And I recommend that you go and hear from him. You're very fortunate that the desire, the eagerness, the earnestness to hear Krishna Katha has sprung, manifest in you. But I'll send you to Ramananda. That's who I've heard Krishna Katha from. So I recommend him. So this in itself is something extraordinary. We would think from one point of view, it's Mahaprabhu himself saying, Jari Dako Tarikaho Krishna Upadesh. Wherever you go, whoever you meet, speak to them about Krishna. On one level. Of course, it does say Krishna Upadesh. So you could say, oh, well, like the instructions of Krishna as given in Bhagavad Gita and elsewhere. And if we wanted to say that, well, Krishna Katha might imply some sort of more intimate pastimes, that's all right too. But it cannot be ignored or denied. This is not something simple. This is the Antya Leela of Chaitanya Charitamritam. And this point is coming out. Mahaprabhu was saying, Vikreditam brajabiduvritam jabishnu shradhan vato anushanayad atavarnayed yat bhakti param bhagavati pratilabdya kamam hridrogam ashvapi hinoti achyarena dhira. So, and we hear simple-hearted Vaishnava, Pradyumna Mishra, goes to the house of Ramananda. And Ramananda's elsewhere, and he meets his attendant, servitor. He says, well, right now, Ramananda, he is training 2 Devdasis from the Puri temple. And when he finishes with that, certainly he can meet with you if you'll just have a seat here. Finish with that. Yes, he's trained, and he's written this drama, the Jagannath Ballava Natak, and there so many ecstatic expressions will come from the gopis. So there's a system he's training them, what will be their gesture, their posture. It's like in this world, they train actors how to express certain things. Here, Ramananda, Vishakha Sakhi, is training those girls how to express what will be their gesture, their movement, their facial, everything. And they'll be dancing as well. He's training them how to dance and keeping them fit. So he's also massaging them with oil, including the private parts of their body. Anyway, when he finishes, he'll be happy to meet with you. After some time, Ramananda comes, oh, excuse my aparad. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. How can I serve you? And Pradyumna Mishra is thinking, I just came for your darshan and now I'm seeing you. I've achieved that and that's beneficial for me. And he leaves. And Mahaprabhu, when they meet, says, so did you hear Krishna Katha from Ramananda? And Pradyumna Mishra said, I got his darshan and gave my dandavats. Then Mahaprabhu can understand some apprehension within him. And then he says, let me tell you something about Ramananda. He said, as far as I'm concerned, and it's Mahaprabhu speaking, he said, if I hear the name of a woman vibrated, there's effects within my body. At the vibration of a woman's name, what to speak of a woman's voice, its form, all that. That even the form can create some after effects. He's saying, but Ramananda doesn't have a tinge of exploiting tendency within him. He possesses an aprakrita deho. Saying it looks like he's a person of this world. You'll see all the symptoms of physicality, but actually it's an aprakrita deho. Looks mundane, but is not. His body is totally spiritual. He doesn't have even a remote trace of exploiting tendency within him. And he said, there are not many Ramanandas. Ek Ramananda. Sometimes we'll say, oh, well then we have to hear from such a person. Ek Ramananda? Why not follow Mahaprabhu's advice and hear from Ramananda? Accept no substitute. So, Mahaprabhu says, I'm telling you, I'm giving my personal guarantee, you should go back and hear Krishna Katha from Ramananda. So he, now with this kind of endorsement, he goes and meets with Ramananda, and Ramananda says, I couldn't attend to you properly last time, how can I serve you? Oh, I wanted to hear some Krishna Katha from you. What particularly? He said, wisely, he said, on the banks of the Godavari, the Krishna Katha you told Mahaprabhu. And we're told Ramananda began in the morning, and they went through lunch, and he's with great enthusiasm, intensity, speaking about Krishna throughout the afternoon, into the evening. The day passed. And Pradyumna Misra was totally satisfied and went and told Mahaprabhu, now I've heard from Ramananda Roy by your grace. So, and estimating the activities of the eternal Parshadas of the Supreme Lord, we can understand, the starting point will be aprakrita. And we'll understand they are not under the influence of the modes of nature. So whatever they're doing is not, and particularly if they're doing something we find that is forbidden for others or prohibited for others, we can understand it's not of the same quality. Nirguna versus saguna. But that sloka is mentioned by Mahaprabhu to Pradyumna Misra. Vikreditam brajabadu biritam cha Vishnu. Even here, look, why does it say Vishnu? When these are not the pastimes of Vishnu. Vishnu does not engage in Rasa Lila. It's not one of his pastimes. That's why Mahaprabhu said to Venkatabhata, why does your Lakshmi Devi want to have rasa with my Krishna? But it says here, Vikriditam, which indicates Rasa Lila. Brajabadu idam cha Vishnu. Because it's a caution. Even hearing about Krishna, what to speak of others, our tendency will be to bring it down to our level, project some mundane quality upon it. So the reason Vishnu is mentioned here is because Vishnu is sometimes used to indicate divinity. Not necessarily forearm Vishnu, but God. And these are the pastimes of God, this Rasa Lila with Radharani and Brajagopis. Shraddhan Vato Anushrunayat Attabarna Yedya. And can only be described or heard by Shraddhan Vato Anushrunayat Attabarna Yedya. In let's say Ekramananda, from the right source, from the right personalities. It's a culture of faith. It's not the transfer of information. Krishna consciousness is culture of faith, being under the shelter and guidance of a superior, substantial devotee. It's not the transfer of information. This isn't data. Right? Data mining. We're going to hear particular information and then extract something from that. Hridrogam, heart disease is what we're suffering from. That the Brijbasi, the actual devotees, they say that when they're feeling separation from Krishna, and Krishna sends Uddhava to console them and give them some hope about his return, Nanda Maharaj at one point says, normally we hear these things like Haratonga Tapam, Tavakatamritam Tapta Jivanam Kavibir Iditam Kam. That by hearing about Krishna, remembering him, etc., that you get free from suffering. Because at one point, it's mentioned by Vishwanath Chakrabarti to harmonize some very difficult Siddhantic Siddhanta about separation and union. He says there are two sets of devotees, the union group, there are duplicates, and the separation group. So we hear in one place, Nanda Maharaj, Yashoda, and all the others, they didn't leave their houses after Krishna left Vrindavan. And there were cobwebs everywhere where they didn't feed themselves. They were so miserable. They were fed by people from a nearby village, would cook and bring them something. And so Uddhava means one who brings joy. Like he's a festival personified, he brings joy. So Uddhava is the joy giver, bringer to Vrindavan. He tells them, well, maybe you should get out of the house more. He's telling that to Nanda and Yashoda in separation from Krishna. If you would leave your house, then you can go out and see the different places where Krishna performed his pastimes, and that'll bring you some relief. Right? And Nanda Maharaj is saying, we hear that. Normally we hear by seeing the places that remind you of Krishna. You get free from pain, suffering, hearing about his pastimes, seeing his lotus face, hearing the divine sound of his name. He said, but for us, all it does is increase our pain. Our remembrance of Krishna is increasing our pain. But Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur points out, at this point, Uddhava is beginning to realize the unparalleled, extraordinary qualifications of the Brijbasis and why Krishna sent him on the plea of delivering a note so that he could be a first-hand observer of this type of extraordinary devotion, which is the subject matter of Chaitanya Charitamritam. Bahye Vishujalahoy Bitore Anandamoy Krishna Premar Adbhuta Charit. The wonderful quality and characteristic of Krishna Prem, that externally one appears to be suffering as if they've been poisoned, while internally relishing some divine nectarine substance. So they're saying, hearing about Krishna, remembering, chanting about Krishna, remembering him, just putting them in a deeper and deeper state of agony. Viraha bhav. That is union and separation. Samadhi is not sitting around with your eyes closed, in a lotus position, thinking about something. I mean, it is on some level. Like we're told that generally you don't find yogis in Vrindavan. There may be a pastime or two, but not much. But those who are experts at dhyan and meditation to the extreme, to the highest position, they appear in Vrindavan as birds. That's one birth. So their swarup is that of a bird, and they're in a tree, and they're hearing the sound of Krishna's flute. Sometimes they close their eyes and they're holding on to the limbs so they won't like whoosh, fall off. The birds, they also have a place. Raghunath Das Goswami says, Yat kinchit trigumaki katamukam goste samastam hitat sarvananda mukunda doitam lilanukulam param. Das Goswami praising the birds and insects of the Dham as being lilanukulam, mukunda doita. They're dear to Mukunda, and lilanukul, they help the pastimes. How they help another position, they take bees. Like bzzz. So sometimes Krishna is ready to play his flute, the bees are there, and the bees will go, bzzz, and Krishna goes, do, oh, thank you. That's the right tune. Like a pitch pipe. The bee is making the humming sound, and that's Krishna's appreciating that like, oh, I will play in that key, in that tune. That's, Rupa Goswami, the example, devotee in Samadhi, he's engaged in upper culture, right? We should qualify this by saying it's not abstract meditation. As Guru Maharaj says in his explanation of Gayatri, Dhimahi, that part, saying Dhi means buddhi, using your intelligence to serve. That's what it means, not abstract meditation. So that devotee who, it appears he's engaged in abstract meditation, actually we're told he's making param anna in the internal world, sweet rice. And then also in the internal world, he wants to make sure it's not too hot, and he touches with his finger, and in this world, he awakes from his so-called meditation to see his finger is blistering. So, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he's sometimes in his deep meditation, Swarup Damodar is coming to him and giving him some instructions. Other times he's seeing Nityananda Prabhu and Jiva Goswami engaged in the Navadip Dham parikrama. Guru Maharaj quotes it all the time. Yasmin vigyate sarvam eva vigyatam bhavati. One thing upon knowing which everything is known, but then does that mean that you've reached the end of knowing? Right? It doesn't mean like that. Otherwise, how can Krishna say, I don't know how much love Radharani has for me? This is not gyan or knowledge or something measurable or quantifiable by any particular means. Jnana dipena bhashvata. Guru Maharaj said, it can't be that Krishna gives them gyan. In the nutshell slokas. They're the highest level devotees, and Krishna is going to give them gyan. So Guru Maharaj said that can't be gyan in the conventional sense. And he parses it to mean in the depths of separation, Krishna reveals himself to the devotees. He will appear before them. As we told previously, when the Krishna, when the gopis and the Gopi Gita, they're praying for Krishna to return. When he finally returns, some gopis would say they're drinking the form of Krishna, they're taking the form of Krishna through the aperture of their eye into their hearts. And then they close their eyes so that he can't get out. Now, let's close our eyes to think of him. But they're closing their eyes to keep him inside. But in another place, Uddhava says that Vishwanathan adhoksaja. Said it also means adha aksaja, means for the eyes to look down. So he said, Uddhava tells them, if you'll all close your eyes, like they do in those meditation classes, they'll tell everyone, all right, now everybody close your eyes. Right? So Uddhava, when it's Uddhava and the Braja Gopis, this is something noteworthy. When Uddhava says, all right, all Braja Gopis, everybody close your eyes. And they close their eyes and they see Krishna within their hearts. We want to say natural. No diksham, na cha satkriyam, na purushcharja mana gikshate. The gopis, the wives of the brahmanas, they didn't have diksha, they didn't undergo all these different, they didn't live in the Gurukul, they didn't live in the ashram. I don't know if they went on Sankirtan or not. But they have the heart culture to capture Krishna. Krishna is not impressed by rituals. After the Rajasuya Yagya, a mongoose came, a golden mongoose whose tail was not gold. An extraordinary mongoose. He could talk. And everyone was interested in, oh, and the mongoose said, hear my story. Said once in a previous life, because they just finished this with Krishna's the guest of honor, Yudhisthira, the greatest sacrifice of all time, and maybe some ego came from that. And he starts telling his story that he's by the yagya pit, and he's saying he wanted to complete to make his tail. He was all gold except one section of his tail, and he sort of rolling around there and then looking and seeing that his tail didn't finish becoming completely golden. And he's like, oh. And they all gathered. Mongoose, what is, this is my situation. And he told the story of some Brahmin family and some pastime and a time of famine. Everyone was being rationed something. And to test them, the Lord came as a beggar. An old man who was like, oh, so much hunger has come. I can't tolerate another minute. And it was the time when they're given their allotment. So first, who is it? The son said, here, take mine. The family's deciding whose rations will be given to the old man. The son, well, give him mine. And the parents were saying, no, how can we give yours? If you're not healthy, then that'll be bad for our family. He's saying, yes, but if my mother and father are not, then what is my reason for living? Then the sister said, well, soon I'll be given to another family. Let him take mine. Then the wife, the husband, everyone in the family was willing to totally give, sacrifice themselves. Each one of them for all the others. This was this ideal, dedicated family. And then what happened? He first came perhaps from maybe the son, I forget who, but one by one, they gave their ration, and he couldn't stave his hunger. He ate all of the food of all of them. And they made no objection. Then, seeing they'd passed this test and were extraordinary, dedicating individuals, they were given a boon, blessings, and I think it was where where this took place, perhaps some water, something where he turned into a mongoose and then rolled in that area, and he turned gold, except for one part of his tail. So now later he said, so I heard about this Rajasuya Yagya, Krishna guest of honor, Yudhisthira Maharaj, all the Pandavas, all the queens, and I thought, certainly I'll be able to finish my tail here, and I come here, and I'm rolling around, and Guru Maharaj's words, he said, whether my tail is becoming completely gold or not, I can't tell, can you? Because it's not. So then, what is the moral of the story? Guru Maharaj said, you have to be humble. This was all meant to check even the Pandavas, Yudhisthira, everyone there. We started with the Pandavas, we'll finish with the Pandavas. That he said, because it was such an extraordinary sacrifice, the Rajasuya Yagya, with Krishna as the chief guest, etc., some pride may have come to them. So by the mongoose coming and saying, what I did previously made, 95% of my body gold. And what you've done here today, I couldn't even finish my tail. So sometimes Guru Maharaj would say, no pride does the Lord tolerate in the heart of his devotee. Not even the pride that I'm your servitor. And he mentioned Jesus and Peter. He said, Peter, who was the leader, he was exposed. And they said, tonight one of you will betray me. We see that famous Leonardo picture where they're going, is it I? Is it I? Lord, is it? And Peter said, it could never be me. And Jesus, you will what? Deny me thrice before the cock crows, I believe is the line, something like that. So Guru Maharaj said, Peter, who was the leader, he was exposed. Even the pride that I'm your devotee, that won't be tolerated. Rupa Goswami's poetry is so beautiful. And sometimes what Srila Guru Maharaj has written is also compared. Because you have ontology. This is what Srila Keshava Maharaj said. Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Maharaj. Who took sannyas from Srila Guru Maharaj and gave sannyas to Srila Swami Maharaj Prabhupada. When he heard the Prema Dhamma Deva Stotram, with joy, he said, no one can compete with him. So because we find here this perfect combination of ontological substance and poetic beauty. Sometimes the substance is there, but the language is not so nice. Or, I mean, not so nice in the sense of the poetic sense. Other times, the poetry, the style is very charming, but the substance isn't there. So of the two. We can tolerate when the substance is there and maybe the language is a little stilted or it's not the most charming flow. I mean, I don't want to speak in any way to commit offense. Right? One of the offenses of holy name, blaspheme the scriptures. But in a sweet way, Srila Gurudev said, some of the things Veda Vyasa has written, like we hear the grandeur of those slokas, like Janmadyasya yaton bayad itaratas cha arteshu abhigyasvarat tene brahma hridaya adikavaye muhyanti yat suraya tejo bari mridam yata binimayo yatra trishargo mrisha damna svena sada nirastakuakam satyam param dhimahi. That's beautiful. But Gurudev said, that's like the dance of elephants. Like, you're astonished, but you don't want to come too close. You want to watch from afar the dance of the elephants. It's not so inviting, but that majestic rhythm there. He said, whereas when Veda Vyasa, and it's composed by Veda Vyasa, when he comes to the Gopi Gita, and the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, when these expressions come from the Braja Gopis, then this very sweet, the meter changes and we have Tava Katam Ritam Tapta Jivanam Kavibir Iditam Kalmasha Apaham Sravana Mangalam Srimad Atatam Bhuvi Grananti Te Burida Jana. So this Tava Katam Ritam Ta Tava Katam Ritam Ta, the first and the seventh rhyme, and there's other internal rhyme. Very the alankar, the poetic ornamentation is there, and also the ontological substance. So when Srila Kesava Maharaj gave this praise to Srila Guru Maharaj, like Papo Tapa Dava Daha Dagda Duka Kanditam Krishna Nama Siddhu Dama Danya Dana Sagaram Prema Dama Deva Meva Nomi Gaura Sundaram, or the Pranamami Siddha Prabhupada Padam, like Sujanar Buddharadita Pada Jugam, and on Yugam, Yuga Dharma Durandara Patraparam, Bara Dayaka Dayaka Puja Padam, Pranamami Sada Prabhupada Padam, Guna Manjari Gorima Guna Haribasana Nayanam. Very sweet, but the substance is there. Swarna Koti Darpanava Deho Varna Gauravam, Padma Parijata Ganda Banditanga Sauravam, Koti Kami Murchitangri Rupa Rasa Rangaram, Prema Dama Deva Meva Nomi Gaura Sundaram. Hearing these type of slokas, Kesava Maharaj said, no one can compete with him. There's no contest. Amen. That spiritual substance and the beauty, the poetic beauty. Once they asked Srila Saraswati Thakur about why the sadhus or the Vaishnavas are using the technology of the day, and that his response was that actually only they should be allowed to use it. They have the only legitimate use for these things. Not, they think, oh, we'll use them for our mundane things, but you shouldn't be using these things. He's saying, no, they should only be used. This is the only legitimate use for them, as the promotion of Krishna consciousness. So, Pujala Ragapata Gaurava Bange, Matala Sarujana Vishaya Range, originally, that way, Vishaya, that things which appear to be mundane will be used in service to the Ragamarg, to promote Ragamarg, which is ultimately what Krishna consciousness is about. Spontaneous devotion. Saying Ragamarg, that divine abode, plane that we just discussed, that's far above. To try and bring that down here, it'll become adulterated, polluted, degraded. It will no longer maintain its integrity. But here we can take the things of this world, as we told initially, the cameras, the lights, right? The internet, all of these things, and they can be infused with a serving tendency. That's possible. Srila Guru Maharaj has introduced his conception known as the subjective evolution of consciousness. And part of it is understanding something he calls Chayabhas or Chidabhas. And it is like this. Chit means consciousness. So we have what's called the Chit Jagat. That's the spiritual world can be described in different ways. Jagat means world. So the Chit Jagat means the conscious world, the world of consciousness. Okay. Then there's the Achit Jagat, means the unconscious world, the objective world. Srila Guru has given an excellent example by saying the whole objective world is like an iceberg floating in an ocean of consciousness. Thus, we have to grasp this idea. The whole objective world is like an iceberg floating in an ocean of consciousness. Right? We know also from Jaiva Dharma, Bhaktivinoda Thakur reminding us that ice is not the natural condition of water. So when it's in that unnatural state, you can say it's hard, it's this. You can determine, observe so many attributes. Right? But when it resumes its natural and normal state, it will be different. So things like this, you know, this is hard. It's, you know, coated in lacquer. It has depth, height, width, right? Color, weight. Those are all concepts. Height, weight, length, breadth, dimensions, depth, color, these are all concepts. So Srila Guru Maharaj is telling us that an object is a cluster of subjective concepts. That's what an object is. It's a cluster of subjective concepts. Right? And so that's what one object is. That's what the whole objective world is. So it's like an iceberg floating in an ocean of consciousness. He'll make reference to Berkeley, Bishop Berkeley and his theory, which is represented in the slogan that the world is in the mind. Right? Now, this is easily parodied. People will say, "Oh, you mean like all of this? It's just in my mind, right?" That's not what he's saying. And as Woody Allen once joked, he said, if, you know, the world is in the mind, then that car I bought last week was really overpriced, right? But that's not what he means when he says the world is in the mind. He means to say this whole objective world, all of these objects are floating in an ocean of consciousness. Consciousness is the basis. The subjective reality is the basis of the objective world. That's what he means to say. Not that it doesn't exist, but he's tracing the source of its existence to consciousness. Consciousness being the primordial substance. Srila Guru Maharaj will say, how is it that the soul is chit by nature too, conscious? How can you go from the chit jagat, the spiritual world, and start experiencing the objective world? It's not just suddenly that capacity is there. So he introduced this concept, chidabhas or chayabhas, saying the mind, in the ego, intelligence, mind, and senses are a shadow self of the original self. That's what it is. Chaya means shadow. Chayabhas. Chidabhas also means, abhas means a semblance of something. So he's saying in this, just like a glove, you could say. The glove, you put a glove on your hand and you can handle certain things. Now we have, a little more sophisticated, so-called virtual reality. There's some similarities there. Virtual as opposed to substantial. So Srila Guru Maharaj said, this shadow-like self, the shadow of the conscious self, enveloping the jiva soul, allows it to navigate the objective world. So we're seeing through these eyes, hearing, tasting, touching, smelling, feeling. So as I said, the good news is this is indicative of the soul's innate position. Like even in genetic engineering, we find that when they want to duplicate someone or something, like remember Dolly, the sheep? Gurudev said something like, when they all become Dolly, the world's finished. So there was the first sheep, genetically cloned sheep, and they called her Dolly. But still, how do they do that? This is what the point I mean to make. They get some genetic material. Genetic material means something very minute. This is the point I mean to make. DNA on a very, minuscule. On that plane, that's where the full identity is located. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what we learn from this, is that identity, and I'm making a parallel here, that identity is located in an even subtler plane than that, right? But within that plane, there's the full spectral range of sensual expression. Seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, smelling, feeling. So if this body is the biological expression of the soul's delusion, and it's taking shape and millions of forms, Jalaja, Navalakani, Stavralaka Vingshati, Krimaya, Rudra Sankhyaka, Padma Purana. Just as you combine RGB, or red, yellow, blue, 3 makes 9 makes 81, 8.18,400,000 millions of varieties, of variations of life forms based upon tama, rajas, sattva, ignorance, passion, goodness. Millions of variations of that generate these varieties of life forms. So as the body is based upon exploiting tendencies, when we withdraw from the plane of exploitation, and become activated with the dedicating tendency under the guidance of Sadhu Shastra Guru Vaishnav, then the Swarup that you mentioned, it's under construction. It's based upon dedicating tendencies. So as you can have a body here based upon the tendency to exploit, the spiritual form is based upon the tendency to serve and dedicate. The senses, the mind, the intelligence, according to Guru Maharaj, all shadow representations of the spiritual aspect of the same. So in Bhagavad Gita, we hear Krishna say, Bhumir apo anulo vayu kam mano buddhir evacha ahankara ityame bina prakriti rastadha. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego. He said, these are my inferior energy. And then he said, and that's so, mind, intelligence, inferior. And jiva bhuta, apareyam itastvanyam prakritim vidime param. Jiva is a para prakriti, superior energy to all of those things. So that means the mundane mind, the mundane intelligence, these mundane elements, they're covering Jiva. But Jiva in her pristine glory has mind, intelligence, senses, everything. And that we connect with that. What are we told? Hrishikena Hrishikesha Sevanam Bhakti Ruchate. By engaging the senses in the service of Krishna. That will awaken their natural serving tendency so that the mundane aspect gradually vanishes and diminishes and vanishes altogether, and the spiritual golden self comes out. As we heard, Raghunath Das Goswami revering even the lower species, the insects of the dham, saying, Yat kinchit trigumaki kata mukham goste samashtam hitat sarvananda mukunda doitam lilanukulam param. Said Mukunda Dvaita, they're dear to Krishna because they're lilanukul, they're favorable to the pastimes. Right? So as we told, you don't find yogis in Vrindavan, but you do find bumblebees, birds, different types of beings like that who are absorbed in that chit jagat and that chinmoy Dham, Vaikunter, Pritivyadi, Sakala, Chenmoy, where everything's constructed out of consciousness, but not just generic, abstract consciousness, but consciousness enriched with dedicating tendency, not consciousness polluted by exploiting tendencies. Right? Serving in heaven, not reigning in hell. Right? So the Chenmoy Jagat, all the forms there made out of consciousness, and they're forms, expressions of particular types of dedicating tendency from we see in the Goloka Mahatmyam section of the Brihad Bhagavatamritam, the whole structures from Sanatana Goswami, the Sambandha Gyana Acharya, finally praising to the extreme Goloka Vrindavan. The last 70, 80 verses of the book begins with glorifying the soil of Vrindavan, and then the leaves and the grass and the creeper and the flowers and the trees, and then the bumblebees and the birds and the peacocks. The clouds are conscious. Sometimes the clouds, they're also stunned in ecstasy, but wanting to serve, so suppressing their ecstatic tendencies, observing the pastimes of Krishna and the cowherd boys. The clouds make umbrellas for them to shield them from the sun, and start raining little, like, flowers, raindrop flowers, flower raindrops. They're also participating. Everything in the spiritual world is conscious. The directions are conscious. So the Goloka Mahatmya, glorifying everything, and the rivers, it's a gradation. Right? The rivers are spiritually conscious. The Jamuna, she can appear as a river or as a person. Sometimes we see children, they go to school and they have a play for the children. Right? And the child may come home and the mother will say, "Oh, what part do you play?" And a little child will say very happily, "I'm a flower." "Oh, must be a very beautiful flower." "Yes, I'm a flower." They have a part to play. To be a flower in the spiritual world is 10 million times more wonderful than that. Right? So we have to reconceive the possibilities, reconceive the potential. Right? Angani yasya sakalendriya vittimanti pashanti panti kalayanti jaram jaganti ananda chenmaya sadhu jwala vigrahasya Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. As Krishna's senses are interchangeable, so are his devotees' senses interchangeable. They can taste by seeing. Sometimes when they're seeing, Krishna's so beautiful, they're drinking Krishna's beauty with their eyes. So not only is there sensual capability, but they're all interchangeable. Right? The eyes are not limited to seeing. The ears are not limited to hearing. India, the land of the mango. Here we have some very nice mangoes, but one or two. In India, there are maybe 100 or more. I forget how many, but there are a lot. So in the olden times, the kings from the Middle East, I guess you would say, would send a minister to India as it was coming under Muslim rule. And when the minister would come back, or their ambassador, be telling them the wonderful things that are available in India, like the mango. And so the king's always hearing about this mangoes. And the man said, you won't believe how wonderful this nectarine taste of this fruit is. It's inconceivable, it's beyond. And he's saying, why don't you bring me some? He said, well, I tried to bring them, but by the time it takes so long, the journey, they're rotten halfway. And the king's still eager. So first thing we learn, you try and bring that, we say, bring what is in that higher world down here, it gets rotten before it reaches. It can only descend out of its own necessity, not out of our curiosity or our force, by force to bring it down. So anyway, the ambassador saying, trying to remedy the situation, he thought, all right, I think I can give you the mango experience. So he took some tamarind and some turmeric and some sweet water and juice, and he made a concoction. And then he had his beard, and then he put that in his beard, because some mangoes have beards. Put that in there. And then he told the king, he goes, suck my beard. So then the king's going, he's saying, now you know what is mango. So for those people, they don't want to go through the trouble of actually trying to make their approach toward the substantial spiritual domain through modest, natural growth. They want to try and bring that divine substance down here. They'll get some sort of experience, but it won't be the real thing. We hear in places in Bhagavad Gita, Rasoham apsukonteya prabhasmi shashishuryayo pranava sarva vedeshu shabdake purusham nashu. As an example, Krishna saying, Rasoham apsukonteya, I'm the taste of water. Prabhasmi shashishuryayo, the light of the sun and moon. Actually, whatever you can see is Krishna. There's a way through proper thought, you want to call it meditation, you can call it that, where you can trace everything back to the central conception of the Absolute. It's only in local context and the confines and constriction of time and space that it's assumed any other identity or appears to be not related to Krishna. As Madhvacharya said, with regard to words, like horses, the local context is like putting reins on a horse. You can make it go this way or that way. He said, but if you release the horse from the reins, it will run according to its own necessity. He said, so all the words we use, they have the reins. They've been reined in by local context. If you release them and they run according to their own necessity, they'll run to Krishna conception. When the Braja Gopis have been separated from Krishna for so long, and Krishna is in Mathura at the time, and he sends Uddhava as his representative to give a message to them. In one place, he's advising that they engage in meditation or understand that the Lord is in the heart, so he's always with them. Or all these elements, you can trace them back to the Mahapurusha, they've sprung out so everything should be able to remind them of him. They become angry. And Vishwanath Chakrabarti Thakur says, they're showing that prem is superior to gyan. They don't want to hear all these things. Not the Lord is in your heart, or all the elements, or essentially Krishna in that way. But Krishna also says to them that his message, because each message that is, deflected by the gopis, then Uddhava said, no, I have more messages. Hold on. He says that, one thing Krishna is saying is that when someone's right in front of you, they're not so present in your mind because they're right in front. All of your attention is to who is before you. But in their absence, they're very much present in your mind. He said, so I want to, and that's really being present with someone. He's saying, so although we may be physically separated, My form is here, your form is there. But due to that separation or that absence, I'm very much present in your mind and hearts as you are in mind. And in that way, we're really together in a substantial way, because just being physically near one another is not the most intimate type of association. Theme of home is something that's of universal application. It's a common saying or understanding that everyone is searching for their home. We even have one book published called Home Comfort. But home, I'm going to say home implies family, loving, affectionate relationships. But for that to be something real and substantial and not stereotypical, then it'll have to begin with first establishing our own identity. Right? The perennial questions: who am I? Where have I come from? What is my purpose? So we're talking about search. Like, this is the age of search, right? We have Google, search. This whole age is predominated by search. Social networking. People are searching. They're searching for their counterparts. We're searching. What are we searching for? Besides the objective things like how to acquire consumer items at good prices. That's one idea, and that's a good idea. It's not, but what are we really searching for? What's driving us to consume? What's driving consumption is the search for fulfillment. So how will we find fulfillment if, in fact, we are the subjective aspect, conscious living beings, embodied, navigating the objective existence, subjects navigating the objective world? We have mistakenly bought into the notion that through the acquisition, to acquire, control, and consume, through acquisition and consumption, that we'll find fulfillment. But that means for the soul subject to try and acquire, control, and consume objects is not to address its base necessity. What is the soul is searching for, right, is sweetness, love, affection. Sometimes it mistakenly thinks that I'll achieve that through consumption, acquisition, acquiring as much of the objective world as possible, and then I'll find fulfillment. Just like I've mentioned many times, through the internet, social networking, there are also sites you have like matchmaker.com. That's one, but there are many. You smile. Where the idea is, hey, let's use all this computing power to find my soulmate. Everyone's searching for their counterpart. What better way than this? The maximum amount of data, right? Like, if we share all the information that's known about us and put that in a giant database, then there'll be someone on the other side. They put their ideal criteria, find a match for me. Right? Like the old song, matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match, find me a find, catch me a catch. Through search, through the internet. Right? It sounds like a good idea. It sounds tenable. Fill in the form, put all my ideal criteria, and then find the match in the database. Right? But then it comes again back to, what is our conception of self? Who are we and what are we substantially? So if we approach it from an exclusively scientific point of view, then we may conclude that we're carbon-based life forms, right? But I can't imagine someone phrasing their search criteria as carbon-based life form, seeks intimate relationship with other carbon-based life form. It doesn't sound too romantic or appealing. This seems something less than the dignity of the human race and less than a full realization of our potential. So the ideal, the search criteria we place, no matter who we try to impose this counterpart upon, the soulmate, inevitably they disappoint. Being less than ideal, inevitably it becomes frustrated and enters, dissolves, dissolution. Because no one other than the absolute can reciprocate ideal criteria. Ideal here is synonymous with the absolute. So indirectly, what all this search is about, it's the search for Sri Krishna, reality the beautiful. Srila Saraswati Thakur, when he inaugurated the flagship temple of the Gaudiya Math, the Bagh Bazar Gaudiya Math, originally there was, they were in a hired house, a place called Number 1 Ultadunga Junction. But then he once said something enigmatically. He said, I would like to get, for building a temple, he said, I would like to get a lakh of pice, which Guru Omar said you can translate as 100,000 pennies. So the devotees were a little perplexed, but he said, I'd like 100,000 pennies, and with that build the flagship math. So then one devoted grihasta, householder devotee named Jagabandhu, he donated 3 lakhs of rupees. And that was more than enough to build a new temple, so everyone was happy. But Srila Saraswati Thakur said, but you didn't, what I asked for, that hasn't been fulfilled. And they were saying, how is that? He said, I wanted a lakh of pennies, 100,000 pennies, because I wanted 100,000 people to get sukriti. So if 100,000 people would each give a penny, then that would make me happy. They're all getting some benefit. But instead, one man gave 3 lakhs of rupees. So at any rate, he's expressing his internal spiritual nature and aspiration, which is to bring everyone in connection with Krishna consciousness. So the day came where they're in procession taking the deities to the new Math. And he composed the song. And either this is the refrain or it's part of the song, but Srila Guru Maharaj said it was his motto. And it is, Matala Sarujana Bishaya Range Pujala Ragapata Gaurava Bange. This is, and so what it says in the inverse, Pujala Ragapat Gaurava Bange, Ragamarg, the higher aspect of the spiritual reality, that is worshipable to us. As the plane of our aspiration, here, a step removed, like the sannyasis in the varnashram, the Govardhan position, always one step removed, a respectful bowed position, Gaurava Bhange. Some people were misinterpreting that as saying that it meant break Vidhi Marg. That is not what it meant. I asked Srila Gurudev once, and he answered simply. He said, Gaurava Bhange, it's a posture. It means like with bowed head, folded palms, respectful. So in puja, that Ragamarg that we speak of, that is the plane of our aspiration, we're serving that from this position. So that means the Nirguna world and the Saguna world, we're attempting to serve there. How? He said, Bishaya Range. And this is the word that can be misunderstood. Not by us, because we don't know any of the words. But in Bengal, Bishaya generally is taken as meaning mundane, and many variations of the word mundane. So it could be misinterpreted that saying, oh, we're relishing mundane activities and saying it's service. That's obviously what he's not saying. What he's saying is, according to Guru Maharaj, we're employing all the energy of the objective world, the things that are apparently mundane, in the service to Ragamarg. Like whether it's the automobile, the airplane, the internet, cameras, these are mundane things. They would generally be considered bishaya, objects of sense gratification. We're taking those and employing those in the service of Krishna, in the service to that higher plane. Sometimes also Guru Maharaj described it as bait. Like, you have bait to catch a fish. They're saying, so why do the devotees accept certain types of accommodation, residence, or apparent opulence in some situations as a bait to attract people, to bring them in connection with Krishna consciousness? We recall in Mayapur, which now is like a city, was originally rice fields. And Srila Prabhupada, Swami Maharaj, once said, he said, I could stay here in a hut in a rice field. He said, but no one would come and see me. But if we make a nice temple and we have a shuttle bus, and then so many people will come. So that's also Bishaya Range. So that's the origin. So sometime later, when Srila Gurudev came to the Mat, he realized that, and also Babaji Maharaj wanted to put this like on doorways in different places in the Mat, and he thought, some Bengali people, they'll get the wrong idea about what is Vishaya Range. So he said to Guru Maharaj, I would like to change that to Pul Jalaraga Patagorange Matala Sarujana Kirtana Range. And Guru Maharaj said, yes, you can do that. But it was not intended to counsel what was said by Srila Saraswati Thakur, but to prevent in some public display it from being misunderstood by the common people. And it reminds me of when Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is converted by Mahaprabhu in Puri, and the famous, what is it? Sadayabhak, Mukti Pade Sadayabhak. That sloka, I forget the first lines. But it ends on Mukti. And so Mahaprabhu sees Sarvabhauma has changed it to become Bhakti. He took the word Mukti out and put in Bhakti, because he'd been converted to such a deep understanding that now he thought of Mukti as something undesirable. But, as we say, Mukunda, sometimes rendered by Chakravarti Thakur as Mu, meaning Mukti, Ku, meaning bad, that Krishna is so beautiful that he makes mukti, or liberation, look ugly. So there's one concept like that, but there's also muktir hitvanyata rupam swarupena vivastiti, that real mukti is a relationship with Krishna. So, but it's like a divine play. So Sarvabhauma, he changed the word mukti to be bhakti to express it. So it's reminiscent of that, but it was to counter any misconception someone might have in time about what was the intended meaning. But that was Saraswati Thakur's meaning, that we're using all of this to serve in service to Raghupat. Even sannyas. Sannyas is the highest aspect of varnashram. Sannyas is not innately transcendental. It's the highest aspect of varnashram in the saguna plane. And we're taking it, and he took it that Rupa and Sanatan and the Babaji, what they're showing, that's worshipable to us. So one step removed from the highest aspect of varnashram, we're serving them. We're attempting to serve. Many things. Well, he took varnashram, which is mundane, and came up with Deva Varnashram. Why did he give the appellation Deva? Similar. But accordingly, different devotees can observe to, I realize it's like eternally 7:32. I was thinking, boy, time's just not moving. The contraction and expansion of time and space. It's okay. Okay. What time is it? Oh, okay. All right. Now I feel better because I'm losing my mind on camera.